And we're live. Welcome back. Welcome back to another live stream. Where my avatar is absolutely doing nothing interesting in Second Life. So right now in Second Life, my avatar is standing there, growing a virtual flower. So you'll see right here, this is the virtual flower. See? And my avatar is growing that. And obviously it's not interesting. Also, the place where my avatar is an adult region, and it's super laggy. It is super laggy, and also on screen is my live stream. Look at that, it's on screen anyway. So while my avatar is growing a virtual flower in Second Life, what I can do is just continue what I normally do in the internet, and that is watch videos, browse through, or take a look or browse through posts in X and things like that. Anyway, I'm looking at YouTube right now. Here we have YouTube. What do we have here? Twitch goes full soy. What does it mean? And then there's a video on Ashes of Creation. This is interesting. Get woke, go broke. Helldivers 2 gets boycotted as players. Ooh, what? It seems that something is happening again with Helldivers 2. So last time it was the players versus PSN, I think. Let's see here. I'm interested in learning or finding out what this thing is about.
Boom!
Get woke, go broke.
Now I gotta tell you, man, Helldivers 2 probably should be studied for a video game that had it all, right? It's a game that had 400,000 plus concurrent players at its best. People were all for this game, myself included. I absolutely loved the game. I thought it was a lot of fun. But ultimately, once they tried to do the whole PlayStation account linking nonsense and bent the knee to players.
It says here, frustrated with the nerfs, Helldivers 2 grunts are protesting by letting the bots take Super Earth, and they're dangerously close to succeeding. The Helldivers are rebelling against democracy. Okay, can't help but laugh.
That told me everything I needed to know about the developers, essentially, since they tried to hide it and then gaslight you and tell you that they didn't try to hide it. I don't really need to support something like that, and bad enough, I'm not going to get my money back. I've tried so many times. I just stopped playing the game. Now, a lot of people still kept playing the game, but unfortunately, with a live service game like Helldivers, you're going to go past the honeymoon phase, and people are going to say, you know what, I'm just bored, right? It's a PvE game at the end of the day. There's very little competition at all. There's very little incentive to compete against one another, so they're ultimately going to lose a lot of players to the honeymoon phase. Now, with that being said, this protest is pretty damn hilarious, and it goes to show that no matter what, man.
There you go, he said it. The protest is hilarious. In fact, when I read the title, I can't help but laugh because it's super funny.
Players are going to get their way one way or another, even if they got to ruin the gameplay themselves in order to get it. So let's get into this article, guys, from Games Radar. But of course, before we do, if you are new here, just consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it, and like the video to push this out into that YouTube algorithm. So it says, frustrated with Helldivers 2 recent weapon nerfs, many grunts have totally abandoned the automaton front in protest, and the bots are dangerously close to taking Super Earth. Last week saw a lot of change for Arrowhead's third-person shooter, thanks to Helldivers 2 Escalation of Freedom update, which came with significant nerfs for weapons like flamethrowers and Breaker Incendiary Shotgun. Understandably, many are rather unhappy to have their favorite toys worsen, but their response to the situation: let the bots advance, let the Super Earth burn. Now, I don't know what it is, man, about Arrowhead Studios, but I don't know if they realize that the game that they have is a PvE game, right? They are nerfing things left and right in this game as if there's a PvP aspect to this game, but there isn't. It is simply a PvE game at the end of the day, and I don't understand why they are just going through it with such a fine-tooth comb and not letting players have their guns that they thoroughly enjoy, right? Obviously, if something is game-breaking, then that's a little bit different, but it seems like everything is game-breaking. They nerf everything. How can that be a thing? Either you are incompetent and you just can't put something out there without it being overpowered to begin with, or you just don't like fun. It's kind of weird, right? I don't understand the fine-tooth comb that this developer is going through this game with, and all they're doing is drawing people away more and more. I mean, I've seen patch after patch where people complain about the nerfs and how the game is not fun anymore and how they took away their favorite guns and whatnot, or their favorite stratagems, and then before you know it, everything's androgenized. Everything is boring, right? When you make nothing fun, then, I mean, the obvious outcome is everything is going to be boring, and this is why people are leaving this game in droves, and it's sad because, again, this game had everything. This game had all the players in the world. It had plenty of players to build a long-lasting future off of, and it was a beacon, right? It was a beacon of hope in a game of woke, in game.
My guess is the developers don't like making money. They don't like making money.
Filled with woke nonsense. It was a beacon of hope, but unfortunately, their community managers, which were all psychopaths, mind you, on top of the fact that the game was getting nerfed nonstop, has led people to completely abandon the game. I don't even know what their player base is now, but I'm pretty sure it's like 1/20th of what it used to be. It says right now the automated front is rapidly advancing towards Super Earth. There's just one more totally liberated sector, the Kelvin sector, separating the two, and very few try to stop it. According to the unofficial Helldivers 2 Galactic Map website, at the time of writing, there are just 1,066 people fighting in the Mars Spirit sector before it, and although some have taken to the game subreddit concerned about the progress the enemies have made, many are willing on the planet's... Holy shit. That is insane. They're perfectly fine with just letting the Earth burn. They're like, you know what, fuck it. Just let it all burn. Tear it all down, man. Yo, you cannot fuck with these people, man. Let them have it. Maybe then Super Earth will finally give us some real guns. One player writes, if Super Earth wanted to remain safe, they would stop nerfing our guns, argues another. I love this, man. Yo, gamers, honestly, man, they just cannot be beat. Gamers cannot be beat. At the end of the day, man, they will troll you to the end of time. They will absolutely get their way one way or another. And you gotta stop fucking making this game purposely boring, man. It's a PvE game. I don't know how many times I have to say it. Trust me, I get it.
I can understand why the players are getting pissed, because they're making the guns unfun. So you have a gun that you enjoy using in a game, and then suddenly it becomes unfun. Guess what? You'll be pissed.
There's supposed to be balance. I understand. You know, not everybody's supposed to be using the same gun. Totally understand that. But when you're nerfing everything, then you're just incompetent. You're not making anything, proper in the beginning. And then the problem is you're putting it out there where you know it's broken, where you know it's overly fun, and people are going to get addicted to it, and then you nerf it. Like, what the fuck is the point? Others have suggested the bot takeover is actually realistic, considering the nerfs. Sucky guns and outclassed artillery loses wars, one Helldiver proclaims. So we can't defend Super Earth because our enemies have better weapons than us, and Super Earth can only produce crap for us to fight with. So we're losing. Super Earth produced a few effective weapons off the assembly line, but they decided to cut costs, so the production quality is far lower now and does not function well enough to win any war against our enemies. Shame on high command. Bro, they're making a literal storyline. They're making a fucking storyline out of this protest. How much more based can you possibly get? That is insane. It'll be interesting to see if these lack of efforts or lack thereof could actually lead to the invasion of Super Earth. But if you're looking for a more direct way to share constructive criticism, Arrowhead has now opened up to player feedback forum, so you can do exactly that. Hopefully the game will get to a point where everyone is happy to jump back to Super Earth's defense soon. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that the problem is once you go past that honeymoon phase, you really have to do a lot to keep players, right? You have to keep them engaged. You have to keep them interested. You have to keep them having fun. And what they're doing is the opposite of fun, right? What they're doing is, hey, we're losing players left and right, so let's keep nerfing guns and making things more boring so that we continue to lose even more players left and right. It's the weirdest thing. And again, I don't understand because it's a PvE game, so it's not like another player is going to get grief over this or something like that. Like, people are just out there trying to have fun, and you constantly keep taking away their weapons. You constantly keep taking away their fun. And of course, people are just going to want to leave. So I don't really know what's going to happen with Helldivers, man. I haven't looked up their numbers. I think the last time I saw it, it was like at 20,000 or less. And this is a game that had 400,000 plus players concurrent at any point.
Let me check. I'm going to check the numbers of Helldivers. I'm going to take a look at Steam charts. Okay, here we have Steam charts. And Helldivers is not in the top 10 games. Okay, Helldivers is not in the top 20 game or games. Next. Okay, so Helldivers is in the top 50 games with 28,000 concurrent players right now. It is ranked number 49. Oh my goodness, this is freaking insane. Look at that. So they've lost like, well, they gained almost 2,000 players, but they've lost tens of thousands of players. Okay, so there you go. Here we have Helldivers 2. Again, right now there are 30,000 concurrent players, or 30,000 people are currently playing the game 21 minutes ago. But as you can see, it's all red. July, red, a loss of 42%. June, a loss of 36%. But in the last 30 days, they had a gain of plus 7%. But you can see that the trend is it's going down. Look at that. Look at that. 400K, 300K, 100K, 90K, and then 47K. Okay, so there you go. That is the trend for Helldivers. The game is losing players because the reason why the game is losing players is the game developer or the publisher. I think it's the same. The publisher is also the developer. They don't like making money, and what they do like is they like making their players mad at them. That is what they like. Three plus six, 5. Simple question. SBI Defender to ruin Cyberpunk 2077. We get roasted. Okay, this one. Oh, this one is a lot longer, my goodness. It's 22 minutes of Helldivers. And what is this? I don't want to hide it anymore. How can you have high blood pressure? Okay. Anyway, let's take a look at this. It's a video by Endymion TV.
From the Helldivers community throwing their arms up in the air and giving up as all their work goes down the drain in the most.
Anyway, it was very funny
To The Witcher 4 apparently not starring Geralt
to learn that
This is pissing people
the Helldivers,
Cape Crusaders create
they're letting the robots
characters, and it's so stupid
destroy the Earth
to talk about it.
because they're not happy.
In case you don't know, Helldivers 2 was pretty much the biggest game of
They're not happy that
it sold well over
their
80
guns got
launch earlier this year, toppled
nerfed.
Sony's franchise's first-party releases in the same time frame. This was largely accomplished not because it was on PlayStation, however, but actually because of PC players. The Steam community embraced Helldivers 2 with open arms, and it's because of the PC gaming community that the game was able to reach such insane success so quickly. Unfortunately, after the whole PSN login issue controversy and the community managers exposing themselves as woke freaks who ban anyone and anything that talks out of line in their discords, the game was getting cooked pretty hard from all angles. Then the whole nerfing meta happened, which is still ongoing, and Helldivers 2 has gone from, like I said, the biggest game of 2024 to some players' biggest disappointment in record time. Recently, a new update came out for the game called Escalation of Freedom. It brought new biomes, weapons, some new enemy types to existing factions, and a new difficulty level.
Oh, they have an 80-80 walker.
New players alike. Unfortunately, that hasn't been happening. Here's a picture provided by Grums on Twitter.
Is that not what do you call this?
The update, and here's the game after.
Copyright infringement,
They're the same picture.
because
Right, that's kind of the problem. As you can
it almost
brought
a
virtually no
one-to-one copy of the 80-80 walker.
popularity, move up the Steam charts, or anything. The update just kind of came out, people went, okay, and then nothing happened. This is obviously very bad if all that work into new free content doesn't move the needle. Arrowhead pretty much spent an entire episode like Trunks did in Dragon Ball Z powering up, only for Cell to slap him into the ground the very next episode. It was all for naught, so What the hell is happening? Well, the news gets even worse actually, but also kind of hilarious too, because it shows just how done the community is with Arrowhead's moronic support for the game. As this article reads from thegamer.com, Helldivers 2 players are so done, they're letting the automatons reach Super Earth. Yeah, you heard that right. So if you've never...
See, I was just, you know, I was just laughing at it because it's really funny that players are rebelling. Those who are fighting for freedom and democracy for Super Earth are letting Super Earth burn.
Never played Helldivers 2. Basically, it has this big interactive map that updates in real time. And there's these things called major orders, which are community challenges that everybody works together for. Anyways, the current one, as the making of this video, has the automaton threats getting uncomfortably close to Super Earth. And obviously, Arrowhead wants players to fight back the robots and protect their sovereignty.
Now I'm kind of curious if the robots can actually take over Super Earth. I'm pretty sure the developers won't let that happen.
The crap out of your players. Well, what's actually happening is happening instead. So now players are fed up saying, screw it, let's just let the bad guys win and let Arrowhead's meta story and game go down a path that they didn't anticipate. As one user said on Reddit, let the bots advance, let Super Earth...
Ah, look at that.
Channeling Sam Raimi's Spider-Man.
The robots are super close. There's just one sector separating the robots from Super Earth. The automatons. The automatons from Fallout 4. I guess the automatons were able to
pretty much explained in detail that even the developers aren't
not take over Earth, but they were able to land on Earth because they are in Fallout 4, the automatons.
Things just kind of get depressing, but here's what they said via Discord, and I quote, "This is where the rubber meets the road and probably the biggest reason for many of our missteps, brutally honest. This company hasn't released a game in 8 years. Last time I'm sure there were many diverse voices, but nowhere near the same as today. So what happens when the game you release ends up catering to a much bigger, different audience than you intended? I don't have the answer, but it's being discussed like crazy. We want to make as many Helldivers players happy, of course, but we know that the 3-hour-a-week casual dads play differently and want different things than the 30 hours a week CR910 crowd. We haven't quite figured this out, and it's really new territory for us. This is a huge topic, but to me it's important that we really tackle it and be more transparent with you on how it's done. I haven't spoken to everyone, of course, but many of us are disappointed on a few levels. On the one hand, the update had a bunch of nice stuff that aren't really getting talked about, maybe deservedly so, as many aren't happy with the latest balance round. I think more broadly, it also has us discussing the path ahead and what we can do to avoid the situation again, i.e. internal learnings, more changes in process, etc. I think a lot of you fairly point out WTF, we went through this earlier this year, why are we here again? And I hate sounding like a broken record, but A, we have long lead times on development. What you see is the result of weeks and months of development work. Some changes take time before they show. And B, not a whole lot of time has passed between now and the June balance round, and most people are still on vacation. But it really doesn't, fundamentally to me, that we still need to improve a lot in understanding what players want and marry that to the development process. We want every release to be a step in the right direction. Constant improvement, I don't think we feel this was that, so we need to do better, but it's all...
So this is a live service game. And obviously the developers must keep the player base happy. If not, the players will leave. There are like, what, thousands of other games out there right now. The competition for players or gamers
Also clear that me just talking about it isn't enough, actions matter, end quote. And this dev is absolutely right that actions do matter, and unfortunately based on the actions of Arrowhead's devs, higher-ups, and WoW community managers, this game's failure is the epitome of death by 1,000 cuts. Every stupid moronic decision made has been implemented and okayed by the devs, and every criticism or discussion started by players is either silenced by out-of-touch community managers who hate their own player base, and they just want to inject as much identity politics as they can into their community over time. The game is being torn apart at the seams by conflicting ideological struggles. On the one hand, you have a PvE game being decimated by devs.
Okay, so they're not just nerfing the weapons, they're also adding propaganda, real world propaganda into the game? I thought the only propaganda in the game was the ones that are about the game itself, the war against the automatons or the robots and the insect-like creatures.
Can't seem to figure out how to cater to casual and hardcore players. It's simple. You cater to the casual players because they are your biggest demographic. You can add tougher difficulties for those hardcore players, but the reality is there's always going to be a much smaller hardcore group of players that just end up burning through your content like wet tissue paper no matter what. This happens with every game, but I always found Helldivers to be the most enjoyable when shenanigans is happening and me and my friends are just playing to have fun, not to sweat or beat the highest difficulty. Why is this so hard to understand is bizarre to me. Casual player bases is how games like this survive. Look at Fortnite for a really good example of that. I mean, the fact that the devs nerfed the flamethrower into the ground.
I'm going to check the rating of Helldivers in Steam. Let's see. What is the rating of this game in Steam right now? Helldivers. I don't have this game though. Helldivers. Okay, it still has a very positive rating in Steam. So I guess the, what's happening in the game hasn't really affected the rating of Helldivers in Steam. Still has a very positive rating.
In Helldivers, a weapon designed to melt flesh and armor, but now it can't? It makes no sense. And you know the communication across this dev team is screwed up when that same dev I spoke about said this via Discord about that flamethrower nerf. I don't think it makes sense at all, and it's something I raised internally. Like, how are you guys professional game developers being paid to do things in a live game and none of you can agree on anything? It's a flamethrower, dude. It burns things. You press a button on your controller or your PC, mouse, whatever, and then it burns live game and none of you can agree on anything. It's a flamethrower being paid to do.
Okay, it says here, how does it make sense that a flamethrower can cook something in armor? The developer replied with, I don't think it makes sense at all. Well, what if the armor has really good insulation inside the armor? Maybe it has a cooling system. Or what if the armor, the outside of the armor can absorb large amounts of heat? So if you have an armor like that, of course I'm just making things up.
Do things in a live
Trying to answer the question.
It's a flamethrower, dude. It burns things. You press a button on your controller or your PC, mouse, whatever, and then things get George Foreman grilled to death. It's not that hard. How much more can this game that is clearly already suffering? I mean, it lost 90% of its player base already, and that was in June. We're in August now. How long until there's nobody left? Your game is PvE. This isn't Counter-Strike or Valorant. Your game should be designed for people to play with friends of varying skill levels. Here's some advice, Arrowhead. Just stop nerfing everything into the ground. Who cares if players are killing bugs or robots very fast and winning and getting their upgrades? Isn't the whole point of your game meant to keep players playing as long and often as possible? And what do you think is going to do that exactly? Is it nerfing everything into the Shadow Realm so 90% of your gear is bad? Or maybe just letting people play how they want to and then just boost
Yeah, just let them blow things up.
to, entice people.
Blowing things up is very satisfying. I do it all the time when I play Fallout 4.
Players. You already lost 90% of them. How much more can you lose before you guys just start panicking across the board? And while we're here, maybe tell your community managers to stop turning your Discord into some weird woke utopia where you get banned for asking any questions. You guys made a pro-boomer shooter war game with patriotic elements, and then you left the image of your game in the hands of Arkham Asylum patients who think that boomer shooter military games are bad because it's what conservative elements, and then you left the image of your game in the hands of Arkham Asylum patients.
Arkham Asylum patients, which means mental ill people. People with mental health issues.
Who think that boomer shooter military games are bad because it's what conservatives like, and conservatives are bad because they're college warfare.
It doesn't make sense. Well, yeah, I agree with that. It doesn't make sense. Why would you make a game like this that targets, a certain type of gamer only to and complain about the
inevitably fling ourselves off to our death?
and complain about your gamers.
Get your act together, Arrowhead. You guys aren't solving the Da Vinci Code over there.
So what they should have done is instead of making a game like this, they should have made a game for the modern audience. If they did that, then they wouldn't have any problems with regular gamers who just want to blow things up.
There, you're supporting a game about morons shooting bugs and robots. It can't be this hard, man. But this is where Helldivers is at right now. Super Earth is going to get invaded by robots because the community apathy has caused everybody to no longer give a damn whether they win this war or not. Everything is being nerfed into oblivion for seemingly no reason, and the lunatics are just running the asylum. If Helldivers 2 never recovers, it will be to the shock of absolutely nobody at all. You did this to yourself, but let's keep going. Next story is The Witcher.
So here's the thing, once you lose your player base, it's really hard to get them back because there's a lot of games coming out.
Witcher 4, which CD Projekt Red is currently working on full steam ahead. We know that the next game already won't star Geralt as the main character.
I need to play this game. I have all 3 Witcher games in GOG,
Final journey of
but I haven't played any of them.
who plays Geralt in the games was speaking to the Fall Damage YouTube channel, and there's one part where he talks about Witcher 4, and now the community is up in arms. And here's what he said. Watch.
Witcher 4 has been announced. I can't say anything about it. What we know is that Geralt will be part of the game. We just don't know how much, and the game won't focus on Geralt, so it's not about him.
Okay, so that doesn't make sense. The main character will be in the game, but he's not going to be the focus of the game, which means there is going to be a different main character, or I guess Geralt is not going to be the main character. when the entire franchise from one, well, at least from 1 to 3, it's basically his story.
This time, we don't know who it's about.
It's like Star Wars. So Star Wars is, basically the Skywalker's story, and then the latest movie introduced a new main character who is not a Skywalker, but at the end referred to herself as a Skywalker just because. She's now a Skywalker just because. Even though she has no relation to the Skywalkers.
I'm excited to find out. I want to know. I have not seen any script yet. I have not. I couldn't tell you if I did. This is the thing. So, I could be lying through my teeth. But I'm not. Or am I?
So Doug confirmed
Yeah, he's not telling the truth. You can see it in his eyes.
that Geralt won't be the main character, but I mean, we kind of already knew this. It still hasn't stopped
Well, I didn't know that because again,
from raging all over.
I do have all the 3 games in GOG, but I haven't played any of them.
Claiming that they're going to modern audience
And I've never read any of the books.
The Witcher 4, which I mean, I can't say if they won't or not, we don't know yet. What I do know is that CD Projekt Red is heavily invested in ESG. They also hired Mary Kenny of Insomniac Games, who worked on Spider-Man 2 and the upcoming Wolverine game. And she is also a stalwart defender of Sweet Baby Inc., calling them the best in the business when Gamergate 2 happened. So many people are worried that Witcher 4 will get Saints Row remake.
So if you're going to look at the main character of The Witcher, and you're going to look at the main character in the eyes of a woke person, Geralt is a very problematic character. Number one, he is a man. He is a male character, which is problematic. Number two, he is straight, I think. I think he's straight, which is problematic. And I'm going to assume that he is also a white person or man, which is super problematic. Geralt is a very problematic character. And they can't have a problematic character. Either they turn Geralt into a female, or turn him, or race swap him with a different race. Or maybe turn him blue, just to make him non-problematic. I don't really get it.
Remake into oblivion, but let's look into this, shall we? Firstly, each project at CD has a codename. For Witcher 4, the codename is Polaris. A simple Google search will tell you that Polaris is the name of the brightest star in the Ursa Minor constellation. It's also called the North Star, the guiding light, if you will. What I hypothesized like over a year ago in another Witcher video I did is that this name is chosen for a reason. Look, if you played The Witcher 3, you know that Ciri is the Lady of Space and Time. She has ancient elven blood and she can travel to different dimensions out of the main reality the series takes place in. The entire plot of The Witcher begins because of a celestial event known as the Conjunction of the Spheres, which, if you don't know, it's an event where the multiverse pretty much aligned and then beings from various dimensions spilled into the world that The Witcher takes place in. This is why in the game you have vampires, werewolves, and all other manner of beasts. It's because each of these creatures came from a different dimension and then they basically entered the continent. So why did this happen? We don't know. But for example, the Wild Hunt in Witcher 3, this happened, we know different dimension, and then they basically entered the continent.
Look at that. Even though those are just NPCs, that is a lot of problematic NPCs.
So why did this happen? We don't
See, even more problematic characters. They need to get rid of all of that.
know. But for example, the Wild Hunt in Witcher 3, they also came from their own dimension where elves live. And Ciri, even at one
Also, the human characters are riding on horses. They're technically abusing the horses. That is problematic.
point claims that she entered a dimension where there were steel birds in the sky and people look different. She likely entered the
See, look at that. The man is riding on the horse. Does the man think that he is above the horse? I guess if he's riding on the horse, he is technically above the horse because he is on the horse.
Cyberpunk 2077 world at some point before quickly leaving, and that's what she was
Okay, this game looks nice. Is this the? I think this is the remaster.
referring to, by the way. The reason why I'm explaining this is because if I had to guess, The Witcher 4 or Polaris will likely star Ciri as the main character going forward. Before people get mad, remember that Ciri was technically the main character of The Witcher in the books. I mean, she's the reason for a lot of Geralt's motives. And The Witcher 3 is literally all about Geralt finding Ciri and the ending the White Frost and all of that. Now, of course, Ciri's not a Witcher, because as we know in the lore, women's bodies cannot withstand the alchemical process that is required to create a Witcher.
What is he? What is Endymion talking about? They can just change that, you know. They don't need to you know, follow the lore. They can always change the lore. They can add something like there's some kind of spell that they can use to turn a female into a witcher.
By the way, most young boys subjected to the trial of the grasses also don't survive the process either. Some do, of course, and then they become witchers. And some have abnormally high resistances to the alchemy like Geralt did. And then they were subjected to even further enhancements, which ended up turning Geralt's hair
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because they can always change everything. They can always change all of that.
white, hence him being called the White Wolf. Because
I think the term is they can retcon it, something like that. They can always retcon it to something that fits the story that they want to tell.
no school of the wolf and white hair.
And it also doesn't matter if it doesn't follow the actual book. Again, I've never read the book, so I wouldn't really know. Because it's an adaptation.
Anyway, moving on. The point is that Ciri being the main character would make
Especially if the writers who are adapting the story are better than the original author of the story.
most sense, since Witcher 3 obviously hints heavily near the latter half of its main story, that other dimensions exist and threats outside of the main world can and will invade. I think it's called
Okay, more problematic characters.
Polaris because Ciri will be adventuring through multiple dimensions.
That's why in my Fallout 4 playthrough, there are more female NPCs than problematic male NPCs.
Dimensions, perhaps, maybe discovering why the White Frost happens to other dimensions when their time comes, and maybe finally revealing why the conjunction of the spheres is happening in the first place. It would definitely open the game up to various unique environments, new threats, and interesting characters.
One of these days, I'm going to install Witcher. I'm going to start playing
Time and space is a good way of making
the game, and I'm going to start
too.
with Witcher 1, obviously.
Will be in the game, but likely he'll become the new Vesemir, if you will, to series Geralt. Now, people want to play as Geralt, and believe me, I love Geralt a lot too. He's one of my favorite characters. He's also had 3 full games worth of being played as. I wouldn't mind a series-led game myself because it just opens the series to so many possibilities and new potential threats. Now, of course, the other idea is that we play our own custom Witcher, which I think is stupid and should never ever happen. Mostly because the Witcher games adhere strictly to the books that Andrzej Sapkowski created, and each character is distinctly who they are both in book and game form. Introducing a new Witcher wouldn't make a lot of sense, and this would be one of those Adeptus Custodes moments like the Warhammer stuff too. Because if they make a custom Witcher, this would be the first character where their identity and all of that isn't defined and is fluid, which goes against everything that the Witcher stands for. But also, if a character creator in Witcher were to exist, it would likely mean that you could make a man or woman as your main character. But again, women can't become Witchers. This has been established in the lore already. If Ciri...
Again, with the lore can be changed. And who is going to stop them from changing the lore?
even with her ancient elven blood that allows her to literally take
If they want to change it, they will change it.
special protection in becoming a witcher, why would some
Of course, the the fans of the series won't like it, but what can they do? Not play the game, I guess.
random female be able to become one then instead? And this is where I worry. And I really hope that CD doesn't make the main character a customizable Witcher, because it would go against everything that they've done in the past. Geralt was customizable to a degree. Yes, you could change his hair, clothes, and beard. I get that. But that's much easier to do and fine, and instead of saying that, oh, you can just turn Geralt into a woman if you want and then keep it that way, because no. Geralt of Rivia is a white man with Eastern European features because he was written and based on a Polish author's life and experiences. I do not want CD Projekt Red to modern audience or whatever The Witcher, because it would ruin the franchise and spit in the faces of millions of fans who literally just want more Witcher and the characters that they love. If we play as Ciri, it's the only natural conclusion.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they change a lot of things. Look at what they did with the television series. It's kind of weird to call it a television series. Because I grew up, watching actual television series. Shows that are aired on television. Today's television series are like you watch them online. Okay, so there you go. So there is precedent regarding the Witcher being changed. So if the next game, if I wouldn't be surprised if they change a lot of things for the modern audience. Remember, it's all about the modern audience that doesn't exist. It doesn't matter if they make money or not, as long as they make it for the modern audience. It's gonna be super funny. And yeah, really funny.
male Witcher who's some new character that we never heard of, but at that point, I'd rather just be Geralt again than some new guy personally. I do still think that Geralt will be playable at times, because I mean, Ciri was also playable in Witcher 3, even though you did primarily play as Geralt. I just really hope that they don't kill Geralt off or somehow bend the rules to make female Witchers possible. Otherwise, CD Projekt Red will see backlash unlike anything they've seen before. And the fact Mary Kenny, the Sweet Baby Defender, is working on something at CD Projekt Red, we don't know if it is...
Now I'm curious. Really curious. I want to see what they will do with Witcher 4.
Baby in, and then we are really screwed. So all in all...
It's gonna be really funny if they
Ciri traveling through dimensions and discovering the secret
change
universe as new
a lot of things.
Geralt helps her when she needs it. Worst case scenario is literally anything besides what I just said pretty much. Time will tell, of course, but please CD Projekt Red, do not ruin Witcher 4 for ESG or modern audience nonsense.
You know they're gonna do it. They're going to do it. They won't be able to stop themselves. Witcher 4 for the modern audience. Again, the modern audience doesn't exist. There's no such thing. It doesn't exist. And even if they do exist, they don't play games. They just like to wave their flags, you know, and do their marches. And
You already got so much hate for screwing up Cyberpunk, and then you spent years fixing it. Do not ruin yourselves again for this pointless garbage. Finally, speaking of gender-bending nonsense, let's finish with Batman Caped Crusader. It's a show on Amazon that focuses on lesbians eating in diners more than Batman himself. Also, the Penguin is a woman in this, and the creators were interviewed about it.
okay, so there you go. The Batman the new Batman animated series called Batman the Cape Crusader or something like that. Obviously, it's not for the the traditional Batman fans. It's for the modern audience Batman fans. It's not for you, it's not for me, it's for the modern audience again. It's for the ladies, I guess. You know, because the ladies are clamoring for a female penguin. I think I said it yesterday. What they should have done is gender swap Batman, but still call the character Batman, not Batwoman. That would be super funny. And it will attract the attention of a lot of fans, and it will be watched by a lot of people.
This then asked why they gender bent Penguin. From FictionHorizon.com, Bruce Timm reveals why the Penguin is female. In Batman Caped Crusader, there's a lack of good villains. The title here kinda doesn't give full context.
Yeah, there's a lack of good villains. In another article, the quote is something like, "There's a lack of good female villains." That was the reason given.
Context, but Bruce Timm and James Tucker gave a joint statement via this interview. So they said, and I quote, "James and I were talking about the overview of the show, and we said one of the problems with Batman as he is there's a lack of good villains. You've got Catwoman, you've got Poison Ivy, you've got Harley Quinn, but it would be really good to have more female villains." And off the top of my head, I said we never really could figure out exactly what to do with the Penguin, what the gimmick for the Penguin would be. What if we gender flipped the Penguin? When he said maybe we can gender flip Penguin, I just got this flood of ideas. I was thinking of Marlene Dietrich in her tuxedo in Cabaret the musical, and the art form of Cabaret, and I just started drawing. I instantly got a flood of ideas. Also, I was thinking a little bit of Harvey Fierstein in Hairspray and Divine. It was just like I knew instantly what it could be, end quote. So what they really meant was Batman doesn't have enough good female villains. So that's why they gender-bended Penguin. But this also feels lazy, considering that Bruce Timm created Harley Quinn back when he did Batman the Animated Series in the 90s. And there he obviously made a new character to fit that hole of a good female villain for Batman instead. This Penguin thing just kind of feels lazy. They should have just made a new villain instead. I hate gender bending or race bending characters. It's always lazy and offensive. It just shows a lack of creativity, and instead they should have taken that cabaret-esque approach.
What do you mean? It's very creative. It is very hard to change, a character's gender or sex. It's actually sex, not gender. From male to female. That is very hard to do. Because once you do it, the dynamic of the character also changes. Now you have Batman beating on more women.
And then use that to turn into a new theme for a new female villain that was like a stunt performer or something. But no, instead here's female Penguin who's built like a linebacker instead. It doesn't really surprise me either way, since Batman is only the focus of 2 episodes of this entire show apparently, and the rest focus on the female characters almost entirely. The show is basically Batman in name. It's just called that so people will watch it, because if they called the show Fat Lesbians in Gotham, nobody.
Again, it's not for the traditional fans or audience of Batman. It's for the modern audience. They are trying to bring in the modern audience. The non-existing modern audience. Helldivers 2 devs answer to players is disappointing. Ooh, okay, 20 minutes ago. I'm going to watch this one. What is this? Mecha Break. I'm going to watch this one first. Let me check.
This morning, Arrowhead released a very small balance patch aimed at correcting a few in-game issues, which, by the way, really didn't push the needle that much for the player base, especially after last week and all those controversial changes Escalation of Freedom ushered in. Welcome to the channel. This is Lieutenant Buzz Lightyear, and I wanted to hold off on posting my Helldivers video for today until we got the second part of today's update, which has just arrived. And this pivotal developer statement concerns all things Helldivers moving forward. Now, I know what you're about to ask, and of course the pressing question is, what does it change for the game right now? And that answer is, unfortunately, nothing, which I'm going to get into in just a moment. Thanks again for your awesome and continued support for my Helldivers content. In case you haven't done so already, please consider hitting subscribe, as it's free and it really helps out the channel with the YouTube algorithms. And while you're at it, take a few seconds more to ring that notifications bell so you don't miss any of my Helldivers uploads. And here it comes, Arrowhead's answer to the raging Helldivers debate. Full disclosure, and also a bit of a disclaimer up front before we get into the meat and potatoes for all the latest happenings for Helldivers. With my present IRL job obligations for today, this video is going to be freehand and just completely unscripted, which is not the way I like to do things.
That is amazing. Unscripted.
I spent a lot of time scripting, editing, and putting blood, sweat, and tears into the overall production value of my content, and off the cuff always makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. So if I make a mistake, maybe I skip over something, just please forgive me. All right? Okay.
No one will get mad at you.
From Arrowhead. For all my viewers out there that have been with me for any length of
I can't even do what you do.
and even though I'm laying this one down completely unscripted, I'm going to include chapters so you can jump around to the most important sections and review and take a look at whatever you want when you want to. And this one's probably going to be broken down into two major sections.
Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, select, start.
But let's go ahead and touch on the patch, and this is 1.001.003. In terms of size, it's actually quite small. My PC downloaded this in a matter of seconds and installed it into the game. It includes 2 crash fixes, which I think are kind of rare. They fixed the crash that would occur when you or another player selects a new weapon while on your ship, and they fixed a crash when booting the game after saved monitor was disconnected. So anytime you can add a little more stability into the game, I mean, Helldivers is kind of known for not being the most stable. It does occasionally chain crash. We've seen that many times in the past, so anytime you can add a little more stability, that's a good thing. 3 weapon and stratagem fixes also in today's patch. First off, the thermite grenades no longer make the orbital cannon objectives incompletable. I was seeing some of you toss those thermites onto the back of the orbital cannon. They were going off, you know, it looks like the 4th of July, and then you could not destroy the orbital cannon, and therefore you could not complete blown up while near a dangerous object. Personally, I would prefer that the mines were a little easier to see with all of the smoke, particle effects, and environmental effects. It makes mines really difficult to see, and I probably die to those more than any other type of dangerous object or incoming projectile within the game.
Maybe you can just reduce the quality of the graphics. For example, in Fallout 4, you can remove grass. So if you remove the grass, you'll see a lot more things on the ground because no more grass.
Game.
I'm not familiar with Helldivers, but if you can remove foliage, grass, rocks, or if lowering the graphics will have the same effect, graphics quality, yeah, it will not look good, but you'll see more and you might even get better performance.
Finally, here's a big one for you flame users. They fixed a bug where flamethrower weapons bounce off energy shields, making them useless when firing within shield gen packs or relay domes. This was an issue ever since Escalation of Freedom. If you wore, like many people do, the shield gen packs and you were using a flame weapon, the flame was, I guess, visually traveling outside, but it just wasn't doing any sort of damage. Well, apparently that's now been fixed. Now, unfortunately, you're going to find out in just a moment, they haven't reverted the flame effects that came in with Escalation. They just made it so damage will now go outside of these shield domes. There's also a couple of social menu fixes here, even more social menu fixes. That's very general, they don't say what they are, and improved usability. So kind of true to form with what Arrowhead does. They're just very vague in general with their descriptions here. Also, 4 miscellaneous fixes, general performance improvements. Like I say, they're vague. They don't really talk about what they did. Some pertaining to fighting large swarms of bots. Fixed bug with evacuation.
So if the description is vague, it means it is something the player base wouldn't like. So they're trying to be vague about it. You know what? We can't let them know what we fix here, because if they find out, we'll have another rebellion.
Evacuate high-value assets.
That is why they're being vague.
I have not personally seen that one, and they fixed infinitely loading thumbnails on low texture quality settings. Known issues, I look through these, I don't see any down here that don't look new to me, so I will include them up on screen if you want to take a look at them. Some that are always there and are persisting issues. Bile Titans sometimes do not take damage to the head Most weapons shoot below the crosshairs when aiming down.
That is a lot of known issues.
Annoying when you're trying to peg that little slit hole that the
My guess is they're not a priority because they're not game breaking.
and of course the one that I pointed out last week, the guard dog rover does not overheat when firing continuously. This was added on to the known issues list with Escalation of Freedom, and I told you all, watch out, that looks like a future nerf that they're setting up. So there you go, that's all of the patch notes. Let's actually hop over to the more pressing issue, and it's this new statement that just was issued out by, I guess, the upper.
Okay, what is the statement?
Okay, here's part 2 of the.
What did they say?
This is what you came to hear. This is Helldivers, past, present, and future. All the plans laid out by the game director, Mikhail, or Mike. I don't know exactly which way to say that. And if you happen to see my video, I apologize if I said it incorrectly, but here's what they have to say. Fellow Helldivers, I want to directly address the feedback you've raised.
Mikhail.
Of Freedom update. And for anyone that's not quite up to speed on the situation, yes, Escalation of Freedom brought in some interesting quality of life changes, new enemy types, a new difficulty, but also with that, it made massive changes to flame weapons, all in the effort to make them more realistic. It's been in direct contrast with what the play.
More realistic. It's a freaking game. It's fantasy. Why would you add realism to something that is based on fiction? If you want an exploding flamethrower, you know, that shoots flames that explodes on contact, do it. No one, I'm not sure if anyone will complain about that. You know, explosions is always satisfying. So it's kind of weird that they're after realism in a fiction game, a fictional game, a sci-fi game. They want realism. Kind of weird.
Once. Anyways, continuing on, it says, we've
Just let them blow things up.
reflecting about the path ahead for Helldivers 2 and how we want to continue developing.
Let them blow themselves up.
This is real important. We know exactly which way they want to take it. They've been leaning towards, these days, to more realism, more milsim elements, whereas the player base wants that game that we got when the game first launched, which was just chaotic, mass carnage, just having a good time, don't really have to think about it. That was Helldivers. That's the game that over 12 million players bought. Continuing on, it says, in short, we didn't hit our target with this latest update. I'm glad they admitted that again. Some things we just didn't get right, and others, more fundamental inconsistencies in our approach to game balance and game direction. I agree with both of those statements. There are inconsistencies with it. Is it a milsim? Are we talking Tarkov in space? Or is it just mass horde-style shooter, slaughter fest, have a good time, not mental gymnastics? We need to know which version of Helldivers this is going to be. All
Turn it into Tarkov in space. Yeah. That is an amazing idea.
is action.
Tarkov in space.
To that end, here's what we intend to do in the upcoming updates. And I've already read through this, just to be clear, it isn't
Just let them blow things up.
massive flame revert that's going to be installed into the game tomorrow. This is Arrowhead. We're talking weeks, we're talking months before they may actually make these changes. So just keep that in mind. Okay, so their aim within the next 60 days, consider this a feedback of sorts. It's just bullet points. It isn't actually a visual.
So they're rebalancing the weapons
Continue
because
approach to balance. Our intention
it's not fair for the robots and the insect
for the sake
creatures.
of balance. Thank you for saying that. Thank you, Michael, Mikhail, whatever your name is. I keep butchering it. Thank you. Yes, we need a game that's balanced around fun, around player power levels, and not pick rates and not power deltas and all of that garbage. Just make the game fun. That's all we're asking for.
So my guess is the reason why they're nerfing the human weapons it's because the robots and the insect creatures are complaining. They're complaining. They're filing complaints, and they're receiving a lot of complaints from the two races. They're complaining that the humans from Super Earth have weapons that are overpowered. And it's unfair. It's unfair that they're getting wiped, or, destroyed by these weapons.
Or buff all those weapons that can't keep up with the certain strong weapons, and let's have some fun. They also want to update how the fire damage mechanic works to tweak how the flamethrower serves as a close range support weapon. Listen to this. A quick, straight revert won't work, as it would break other things. That's a shame to read, because I would think that whatever they've changed...
What are those other things that will break? The enemies?
But I would
Yeah.
go in and say, okay, those 5 things that we switched on, let's switch them off. Apparently, it's not that simple, although I really hoped it would be. They're also going to rework gameplay to prevent excessive ragdolling. Yeah, if you've taken on the bots, you know what ragdolling is like, especially when you get hit and you get sucked towards the enemies. Like, it actually blows you closer to them instead of firing you backwards. So hopefully ragdolling is going to be completely reworked. That would be really helpful. They're also going to rethink our design approach to primary weapons and create a plan for making combat more engaging. Pretty easy to do right here is take everything and buff it up to the level of what an incendiary breaker.
What are you saying? Buff the weapons? No, what they should do is limit the amount of ammo. If the weapons in the game uses ammo, limit the amount of ammo a weapon can hold. Maybe limit it to 1 or 2. That will be super fun to play, Then once you're out of ammo, you can just hit the enemies with gun.
Can do in battle, or maybe the sickle. Maybe those two, use those as the ceiling, and then take all the underlying weapons, and that's basically all the
Orlina
others,
Dorsey
and
says,
move them up to
"Yo,
those
what's
two.
up?"
They also need to
Orlina Dorsey
reprioritize
says,
bug fixes so
"How
that
are
more
you doing
immediate
today,
gameplay
Slash?"
impacting bugs are prioritized. Okay, improve.
Hello, Orlana.
Yes, frame
Doing well, I guess. Just watching a video while
FPS just tanks.
doing nothing in Second Life.
Chargers. Listen to that again. They want to rework chargers. Now, I read an article that was basically focused on that all the weapons being nerfed and all the changes within the game.
Chargers are actually the reason why everything is getting nerfed.
How we were able to dispatch that certain and particular enemy type. How they're going to rework them, it doesn't say. There's no particulars here. I would think it would have something to do with armor, how we can actually maybe strip armor, or how much damage actually travels through the armor. All of that needs to be reworked, but interesting take there that they need to rework that specific enemy type. They also say, additionally, from a bigger picture perspective, we will be, so these are things that are more long-term, almost like sandbox items. They're going to be exploring creation of an opt-in beta test environment. We've heard about this, basically a public test server to improve our testing processes, and we consider this a high priority. Yes, a PTS environment is certainly helpful. We can find bugs within the game and hopefully get them fixed before whatever these changes go live.
Okay, so did I just heard that correctly? They're going to have a test server so they can find bugs in the game. I thought the game is about, getting, they're already fighting bugs in the game. That is kind of redundant, having a test server just to get rid of bugs when they're already doing it in the actual game. They're not just getting rid of bugs, they're even getting rid of robots.
The issue is, will Arrow
So now they're fighting the bugs in two fronts, in the live server and the soon-to-be beta test server. That is not fair. That is not fair for the bugs.
go ahead actually take the PTS participants' feedback into account? If
The bugs are going to complain again.
they put something into the PTS and all the players, or a majority of the players, are saying this is not a good idea, don't do it, and they still do it, then a PTS environment is absolutely freaking useless. And I've seen it.
Of course they will do what they want. Why would they listen to the players? Because if they want to listen to the complaint of the players, they wouldn't ban their players. I'm just kidding.
Division quite a bit, and there were certain weapons and gear that were in our most recent PTS, and we're saying no, we don't like these rifle-centric gear sets. This is all kind of poo-poo, and they still just put it into the game completely unchanged. So yes, PTS environments are really helpful, especially when I was in the Battlefield community and I was a competitive player over there. That feedback was taken into account. So it's very important that as the majority of thoughts and expressions are coming in from those PTS environments, that Arrowhead actually takes those into account and implements change based on that. They also want to post regular player surveys, to gather more insight and feedback from the community. Problem is, the surveys are usually done within the Discord server, and it's, not everyone participates with Discord. It would be more helpful if they were out in the open. They also want to improve their process for patch release notes, agreed, providing more context and reasoning behind changes. Absolutely. And give us more details. Give us percentages. We can handle those things, Arrowhead.
Yeah, more context and reasoning, just like those vague items in the earlier. They have like vague descriptions.
If it's, hey, we're nerfing this by 25% or we're buffing this by 10%, give us the percentages. Those are really helpful to know. In the past, it's been, we're significantly...
They're just going to be vague, even more vague.
They don't have a quantifiable value. This is really important. More blog posts and streams where we expand on these topics.
They'll be so vague that the only thing you'll get is something like, we fixed something.
Especially if they're done live, so we can ask questions and get them answered by a developer, maybe by Johan, maybe by Shams or Johnny, right there live on stream. That one-on-one interaction, it can't be replaced. So yes, very important. We also want to thank you for your patience. We're grateful that so many of you provided constructive feedback and suggestions on the latest update. This is Michael E., Game Director at Arrowhead Game Studios. All right, so as you can see up on screen, I've included all of this. I think they also posted this over to Steam and also to Reddit. I'll link this down in the video description. So, wow, a lot to process. In the short term, like tomorrow, later this week, nothing's going to change with this game. Okay, so in terms of what we have right now, what you see is what you get. Flame weapons are going to work this way. They've got to do some sort of change because they can't change what they already changed, and changes to the changes just won't change. You know what I'm saying? That's not going to happen. And there's lots of talk in here, and by the way, it's all talk right now, but lots of discussions about, hey, we're having internal meetings and our intention is this. And what I'm not seeing in here is especially what they said here in the statement. As many of you pointed out, and we agree, what matters most now is action, not talk. And everything that's being expressed in this article is talk. Talk about 60 days from now, possibly further out from there. What we don't see is anything short term. But there's the statement from Arrowhead. I'd love to get some feedback on this. I probably rambled on too long. It's probably one of the side effects of me doing.
Banning people. What is this? Publisher slams Sweet Baby Inc. and it backfires. Yeah, this is about the game Capes. Okay. And if you look at the characters in the game, not all of them wear capes. We're focusing on fun. Ooh, okay. This another video about Helldivers. This one is from Odo. Let's see. This one is only 8 minutes.
Next 60 days, continue to re-examine their approach to balance. Their intention is to make balance fun and not just balance for the sake of balancing. Update how the fire damage mechanic works to tweak how the flamethrower serves as a closed-range support weapon.
Balancing for fun.
Won't work, as it would break other things. Fair enough. I think that may have been why a throwing knife could go through charge of leg armor. I can see that. Rework gameplay to prevent excessive ragdolling. I've been saying that for a minute now after the recent patch. Rethink our design approach to primary weapons and create a plan for making combat more engaging. We'll continue. Reprioritize bug fixes so that the more immediate gameplay impacting bugs are prioritized. Improved game performance, frame rate is a focus. With the recent update, I had to turn my frame rate down from 120 to 60, looking for a PC sponsor, just saying. And it's not the end of the world by any means, but it was kind of a struggle. My frames just tank for some reason. And finally, rework chargers. The first bullet point has immense impact because fun is tied to every other point that follows. Fun in Helldivers 2 has been declining because the overall loadout choice is decreasing. Enemies get buffed, Helldivers get nerfed, and we have way too many options but no real choice. The weapons we got, primary-wise, most of them feel like secondaries. Support weapons, a few of them could be primaries and foes wouldn't bat an eye. Arc thrower as a primary, folks would like it, but the majority wouldn't be like, oh my god, that's broken. It doesn't do a whole lot. So to think of it being kind of useless as a primary, what about it being a support weapon? There has to be better identity for these weapons. Primaries, for the most part, should be great at clearing chaff. You can have some differences here and there. Some are better at killing the medium enemies, others are the light. That's cool. And maybe even have like a freaking bolt-action sniper for primary that can kill a Hulk, but has a long recharge time. Options are available. Support weapons should be really good at killing heavy and up. And if some aren't good at that, they should be phenomenal at killing light or chaff enemies. We don't really have that. In fact, I feel that balance in itself is out of whack right now because versus the bots, what do folks take? Autocannon and other stuff too, but autocannon is objectively the best stratagem or support weapon versus the bots. On the bugs, autocannon is basically the best support weapon versus them as well at the moment. That's not balanced. Not because autocannon is broken, it's in a good spot right now. It's because other weapons just don't have anything of value. They don't have enough value to bring to the table. Rework chargers. I don't think the answer is changing chargers. You're better off fixing the bug where you need to be moving forward to get more damage to actually strip their armor with anti-tank and possibly just buff anti-tank against chargers. Because at the moment, you're better off using stun grenades and autocannon to kill a charger from the back than using an anti-tank against basically a very tanky behemoth or tanky monster. And that don't feel great. And I think ammo economy and cooldowns for anti-tanks just can't keep up with the current spawns. But the current spawns of the monsters are fun if we had the tools to handle them. I've also noticed that chargers, when they run you over, you almost die guaranteed. Which I don't mind, because it fits the name, chargers. Makes them more intimidating and scary to deal with. Additionally, from a bigger picture perspective, we will be exploring creation of an opt-in beta test environment to improve our testing processes, and we consider this a high priority. Host regular player surveys to gather more insights and feedback from the community, improve our process for patch/release notes, providing more context and reasoning behind changes. Please put more of the things that impact stratagems under stratagems. There's been way too many times we see these very impactful fixes or changes that are buried below the miscellaneous fixes when those changes are the most impactful to the update. The PS5 bug for Battle Titans, that was in the bottom of the patch notes. That was a game-breaking bug. The flamethrower change, that was in the miscellaneous fixes. That basically made flamethrower useless. We need this information more with the other things. And just put it with the flamethrower. Flame damage, flamethrower, it's pretty good correlation there. More blog posts and streams where we expand on these topics for those interested. All I'm saying is you can maybe stream with some content creators and see what's going down. Do some fun stuff, run some wacky loadouts you haven't tried before. And I think people really want to see y'all on Super Helldive. And it'd be more fair if you had I guess a good player doing that, or someone that's done it a lot, to be there too. I'm just saying, I'm available. We're grateful that so many of you provided constructive feedback and suggestions on the latest update. Amen. I've been doing it free of charge. I'm glad that it's probably not got in the right place. I feel like most of my old videos were they were constructive, but they also had like the wrong tone. My bad. But I'm glad that Helldivers 2 has removed a lot of things that don't contribute to the enjoyment of the game. Orbital scatter modifier, -1 modifier for stratagems against the bots. So they definitely are learning. It just is unfortunate it takes them a long time to learn. But that happens. I think that folks can relate to that in other aspects. This is just something that I think a lot of players can see from the outside, and Arrowhead's they've been having a hard time looking within to understand where players are coming from. But I'm not looking for a game where I am the most overpowered thing in the universe. I can one-shot everything. No, I just want to play a horde shooter, and I have the tools, and if I use them properly, I have a chance. Which right now you have a chance, but you have to freaking work overtime, and you just feel so weak. I don't want to play kite divers and run away from everything. I don't want to play ragdoll divers and be on the ground all the time. I just want to play Helldivers 2, which I feel if we had Helldivers, if we had the very first update of the game, the very first patch, but with the extra tools and the increased mob spawns, that'd be kind of fun, and also the weapons and whatnot. I think that'd be pretty freaking fun to deal with. But since the very first patch, Battle Titans are tankier, because of a bug, I believe. We have Charger Behemoths that are now tankier than Chargers, and we have a lot more Chargers and Charger Behemoths, and a bunch of weapons have been nerfed. So I feel that if you look out on what has changed, the players have gotten weaker, and the enemies have gotten stronger. And that's why the game's not as fun as it used to be, I think, for most people. So to bring back that fun, you can increase difficulty, you can increase how many enemies we're facing, just make it so we have the respectable means to deal with it. And please give me a sample mission. Give me a sample vault, something. Bring back the retrieve essential personnel mission. I just want to farm samples in peace. I'm maxed out on samples. They're just fun to get. I like it. The sound of it. I love the sound of it. And they also look cool too when you gather them. If Helldivers 2 can follow through, then all of the amoebic Muppets would be wrong. The game's not a power fantasy. The back of the PS5 cover says, spread democracy using overpowered weapons. I didn't put that there. They did. At this point, nothing in the game's ever been overpowered to ignore all the bugs and glitches. Instead, we've only ever had decent stuff, average power. And I'm cool with it. Because I don't want to just be I don't want to be steamrolling content without having to think. I don't want to be blindfolded.
Okay, so basically, he discussed the same thing that the other video discussed. Just make the game fun and let the players blow things up. Okay, let's take a look. Ashes, my expectations for Ashes of Creation. Let's listen to Narc. I guess this is an opinion piece.
Hey, what up, boys? So we're days away from finally.
Hey, what up, boys?
Highly anticipated Alpha 2 testing.
Ah, look at that, the wyvern.
During its upcoming AMA with Steven Sharif. But before we get into that, sit back, relax, and grab yourself a Coca-Cola, because today I want to express my expectations for Alpha 2's launch, but more importantly, encourage you guys to express your expectations and whether or not you think mine are reasonable. Now, with all that bollocks out of the way, let's begin, shall we? So, I want to start today's video by addressing the inevitable comments with zero expectations. There is a large portion of this copium-fueled community who subscribe to the zero expectations mentality, and I personally find that to be a very dangerous stance for audiences to have for a Kickstarter MMORPG who has spent the last 8 years...
They have no expectations because they don't really care.
that doesn't exist. It is okay to have a minimum expectation for this testing phase, and without expectations we cannot begin to form opinions and feedback on this game's impressive scope, but most importantly, the incredible amount of effort that the devs at Intrepid Studios have put into this passion project. Without expecting at least something after 8 years of development, it would be impossible for us to understand the commitment that we're supposed to give Alpha 2 as it progresses towards release. But I am preemptively just trying to fight ghosts here. Surely nobody in the comments is stupid enough to not understand the context, right? Right, guys? Therefore, I want to ask you guys in the comments to let me know your expectations before I present mine, because I think it would be very, very interesting to read through them on stream and put them together in a community graph. Feel free to use the format presented on the screen, which will also be in the description for you to copy and paste. Now, on to my expectations. Which side of my schizo brain will it be today? Will it be
So what are you expecting?
helium or some blissfully...
Are you expecting a spaceship to Mars?
Today, I'm going to be looking at this rather objectively. My expectations are exactly where Intrepid Studios have put them as they've shown their updates over the last 3 years. Therefore, I will be backing up all of my claims with evidence to present a clear picture of the Alpha 2 and what I think the majority of people outside the loop are actually expecting. So let's start with, arguably, one of the most important pieces of the Alpha 2 puzzle, the biomes. It's no lie that pretty much all of the showcases over the last 3 years has been represented in just one of them, the Riverlands. And there's always been a narrative as to why this is, as stated by Intrepid themselves. That being, you know, they don't want to spoil their game before people get to play it, even though we're playing a literal open development alpha. With that said, the Riverlands is a fairly basic biome of grassy hills, forests, lakes, and mountains that within itself is fairly diverse as we've seen over the years. This biome is obviously going to be present, as we've seen a fairly large section of it fleshed out as far back as January 2023, with a reveal of its isolated world map showing that they already had 4 out of the 5 confirmed node locations: Winstead, Miraleth, New Alar, and Jova, with Halcyon likely being to the very far west. However, 1 year earlier, in July 2022, Intrepid Studios also gave us a pretty detailed and thorough showcase of their Sand Squall Desert and Badlands biomes, along with a brand new tool to help them create their world in record time, the Landform tool. In addition to this, Stephen and Margaret talked in detail about the content plans for the Desert and Badlands, describing one of the planned dungeons in development featuring this amazing looking Naga model.
You're seeing with the Najash, there's some stories behind this that you'll experience in Alpha 2, and understanding kind of their origin, where they came from, where they inhabit now. There's a deep city that has been destroyed but also preserved under a significant amount of magma. But these are examples of an NPC faction, right? So you're not just going to see, we talked about this in the past, you're seeing the models now. They're not always going to be cobras. Some are going to be rattlesnakes, some are going to be mambas. They're going to be different variants that are represented as part of these serpent races.
This says to me that Alpha 2 is guaranteed at least these biomes, with further confirmation from Steven Sharif that the Sand Squall Desert biome does exist after some light teasing a couple of months ago. But my deduction doesn't stop there, as the Alpha 1 map also featured a pretty fleshed out and polished tropics biome that was very large and content dense, featuring fully fleshed out nodes, nodes, dungeons, and world boss spawns. This was very likely an early iteration of the Alpha 2 Tropics biome, so I also feel safe in assuming that the Tropics biome is ready and will also be featured at the launch of Alpha 2. Now, to conclude this biome segment, during the Freehold stream, Stephen also let slip that they plan to have Freeholds usable in 3 specifically named biomes: the Riverlands, the Tropics, and the Desert, putting my final conclusion on this section of the world as a guarantee: the Riverlands, the Tropics, and the Sand Squall Desert. Now, moving on to which races that we'll be playing with next, we've seen solid evidence of all the races, but some more than others. Obviously, the Kalar and Vec have been played by Phoenix Initiatives, solidifying them two as guarantees already. But back in March 2022, these two were the races that Intrepid featured during their Character Creator Showcase, so it's pretty obvious that they have more for us to play with nearly 3 years later for the Alpha 2 launch. As for which ones are playable, well, so far we've seen a portion of them actually in-game already, including the Empyrean, the Pyre, the Renkai, and the Dunir Dwarves, each with their respective male and female counterparts in 3D model form ready to go. The only 2 races that we haven't seen in-game are the Veyloon and the Nikua. However, the Veyloon were a playable race in the Alpha 1 alongside the Empyrean and Dunir, so I think it's fairly safe to assume that their 3D models are ready to go, just leaving the Nikua. But Intrepid showed us the Nikua 3D models in June 2023, over 14 months ago, so again, I think it's safe to assume that these are also ready to deploy by now. The only playable races I do not expect to see at the launch of Alpha 2 are the Torna, because these require a significant amount of extra work to get hooked up to animation and armor rigs. In addition to playable races, there is a second segment that I want to talk about in relation to the node system, because this actually plays a big part in which race you pick. For those of you who don't know, when a bunch of players all playing the same race contribute experience to a nearby node, that node actually takes on the aesthetics and culture of that race. This is one of the major aspects of Ashes of Creation's player-driven world that makes each server completely unique. However, all the nodes that we've seen in recent years have been Kalar. Kalar nodes were present in the Alpha 1 as well, but we also had access to the Empyrean nodes and the Dunir nodes. It makes very little sense that these node assets have been completely abandoned, so I think my expectations for nodes are the same as Alpha 1. The Kalar, the Dunir, and the Empyrean nodes. It would feel rather odd if, after 3 years, Intrepid did not develop any more node aesthetics, especially if we're expecting to play in the Desert and Tropics biomes, which already have concepts and 3D models for both the Veyloon's Arabic-style aesthetics and the Nikua's Maui-style beach huts. Before moving on to the actual content expectations, let's briefly talk about the combat, because a few of you might not know what's been shown and what to expect. The Rogue and Summoner are confirmed to not be available for the launch of Alpha 2. That means we have access to the Tank, Cleric, Fighter, Ranger, Mage, and of course, the recently shown Bard. All of these archetypes have shown fully fleshed out skill trees up to around level 30, but there is more to combat than just the archetypes. All archetypes in Ashes of Creation can use all the weapons, and these weapons have fully fleshed out skill trees as well that allow you to further customize your build and playstyle. Recently, Steven confirmed a full list of weapons with their skill trees available at the launch of Alpha 2, and thus my expectations mimic the following based on what Steven has said.
A list of our intended weapon groups at the launch of Alpha 2 are one-handed maces, one-handed swords, wands, spellbooks, longbow, shortbow, two-handed swords, two-handed spears, and dual-wielded daggers. There may be other weapon types that are present as well, but these are the groups that will have their weapon skill tree fleshed out. Those other types of weapons that are present, like model form, will likely be categorized into one of these groups so that they have skill tree progression until they get updated with their actual skill tree progression.
Now, the next appropriate topic I want to talk about are the systems and mechanics that we'll be testing. The following list is all the systems and mechanics that Intrepid have talked about over the last 3 years and what my expectations are for the daily content that we will be testing. The scientific nodes with the mayoral voting systems, as well as the basic node social structure, including buildings, taxes, policies, upgrades, and declaring node wars. The caravan system, including commodities, open world PvP, and the land-to-water vehicle transition, the node and mayoral commissions that cycle through the day and funnel players out into the open world, story arcs and dynamic events spawning throughout the world that allow us to test the agency of a player-driven world, player housing within the node system, and freehold plots being placeable on estates across the 3 as-aforementioned biomes, a full roster of seasons and weather in the 3 as-aforementioned biomes to test the economic implications of seasonal materials, and finally open-world dungeons that have an early to mid gameplay loop and allow for players to test competitive open-world PvP areas. However, I also want to add onto the end here my expectations for node levels, because there is a statement from Steven claiming that the start of Alpha 2 nodes will be progressing up to level 5. But my expectations, based on development and recently cut content like the Rogue archetype, I think my expectations will stop on stage 4 nodes for the launch, as we do have evidence of a level 3 node progressing up to level 4 during one of the showcases. Now, the final topic that I really want to focus on for the launch of Alpha 2 is the economy and artisan gameplay loops, as these are also a very core component to testing the game initially. I simply cannot see an iteration of the Alpha 2 launch where we don't have all 5 of the base gathering skills. We've obviously seen lumberjacking, mining and herbalism, but all the processing and crafting artisan skills rely on all 5 of those gathering skills for upgrade, cooking and alchemy ingredients through the fishing and hunting profession. The game's economy would be simply untestable without carpentry, jewel crafting, armor smithing, leatherworking, tailoring and weaponsmithing existing, because a lopsided economy would provide almost 0 to no relevant data. The only 3 professions I'm not expecting to see at the launch of Alpha 2 are arcade engineering, scribing and animal husbandry, although many arguments can be made for animal husbandry existing, as we've seen multiple stable type buildings existing in game alongside a diverse roster of mounts, as well as a whole live stream dedicated to it in February 2022. However, there is no evidence to suggest that any of this exists in game, so it is not on my list of expectations. And that concludes what I'm expecting to see at the launch of Alpha 2. A small portion of the overall world that features an unfinished gameplay loop to test their ancillary systems, stopping at around the level 30 mark. This would give Intrepid a lot of important data and allow Steven to continue building his team of over 220 employees to bring his ambitious vision of a true open-world PvX MMORPG to life. The wait is almost over and I can already smell the victory. But as usual, I am just one nerd, desperate for a good MMO, and my expectations mean nothing without yours in the comments below. As I said, please feel free to use the format pasted in the description so we can get a more community-based expectation list. I am only one man, and I am merely laying out evidence for people to react to, so I'll be interested in seeing your guys' opinions. If you want to come review the community expectations with us, come join us live over at twitch.tv/Narcoverse, because we're high on copium.
We're just normal men.
What do you mean, normal men?
We're just innocent men.
It's time for Side Scrollers with me, Stuttering Craig. You decide what you...
Hey, what up, boys? So we're days away.
I didn't say anything when that was playing. Mecha Break developers forced to what? Ah, okay, this is interesting.
Where you couldn't have a clan tag called Trump, but you could have a clan tag called Biden. It was an odd thing. You could have a clan tag called BLM, but you couldn't have a clan tag called White Lives Matter, for example, right? Like WLM. You couldn't have any of that stuff. It was considered hate speech, and they would ban it. Well, apparently, the company that's behind Mecha Break, which is a recent game that's getting a lot of attention, was recently just called out for banning the word Trump in the game. And not only have they come out and apologized, but they've also thrown a third-party company under the bus for the decision.
Everybody's always blaming me for everything.
Now I know what you guys are thinking immediately when you hear third-party company. You know what you're thinking because you know it's the same thing I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's a diversity consultancy firm. I think it's something like Sweet Baby Inc. that decided to come in and try to make it for the modern audience in any way, shape, or form, or just flat-out censorship, because that's really what it is, right? If you can talk about Biden, you can talk about Harris, but you can't talk about Donald Trump. It's very clear where you lie. So let's get into the article, guys, from That Park Place. But of course, before we do, if you are new here, just consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it, and like the video to push us out into that YouTube algorithm. It's got a headline that reads, Amazing Season Games remove censorship of Donald Trump in Mecha Break after being called out by Grums. Great job, Grums, by the way. Shouting these fucking losers out for doing what they do every single day. This is why they want him gone. Amazing Season Games, the producer behind the upcoming multiplayer mech game Mecha Break, removed its censorship of President Donald Trump after they were called out by Mark Kern, aka Grums, on August 10th. Grums posted on...
I don't get it. Why are they so afraid of the Donald?
Censoring Trump from chat, but not Kamala.
The Donald will not play your games.
Myself to verify, I reached out.
Yeah, you don't have to be afraid of the Donald.
Grum shared a screenshot that showed that Trump's name was completely censored with stars compared to Kamala Harris and Biden, which should not have any censorship whatsoever. Now, again, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe they like Kamala. Maybe they hate the Donald. Or hate is a strong word. Maybe they don't like the Donald. That is why they censored his name, the Donald. And they didn't censor Kamala because they like Kamala.
This is nothing that's shocking, okay? At least not to me anyway. I've seen many examples of this being a thing, and to be honest with you, I'm surprised they even apologize, because a lot of video games, they'll just tell you, well, you know, this is just our policy or whatever the case may be, you know, XYZ incited hate speech, blah, blah, insurrection, Destiny, meltdown, light Yagami kind of, you know what I mean? Like, complete and utter meltdowns, and they'll try to double down on it. But apparently Mecha Break is not going to double down on it, and chances are, if they're blaming a third-party, you know, company for doing this, that means they're not doing their due diligence. They're letting this company have free reign on certain aspects of the game without actually checking what the fuck they're doing. Or if they are checking, that means they allowed it to go through. So it's one of the two. Either you knew about it and you were okay with it, or you didn't know about it and you're incompetent. It's one of the two, and neither one of them are very good. Less than 2 hours after Grum's initial post, the official Mecha Break account on X indicated it received a list of censored words from a third party, and we're going through the process of revising the list and making changes in real time. They posted during the past few days of our playtest, we have received feedback that our list of censored words in the game's chat was in need of some refinement. If you have been offended by any player language in chat, please accept our apologies. English is not our team's first language, as we are an Asian game studio and have never attempted to launch a global game before. Well, that's a hell of a start. If you're going to start picking political sides, you're not going to have a very good time trying to release your game globally, right? You guys got to understand, as an Asian studio, they don't really have a lot of knowledge when it comes to this stuff. They are too busy listening to the stupid diversity consultancy firms. This is why they hire them in the first place. And they hire these woke-ass consultancy firms, not even realizing that they're fucking woke as hell, right? They have no idea. To these Asian studios, a lot of them believe that wokeness is just normal, you know, behavior for the West. That's what they believe. They don't even realize that there's a distinction between normal people and woke people. They have no fucking clue. They put it all together together as just people in the West, and that's what we like. And they have convinced them that this is the truth, but it's not. We need to keep fighting against these diversity consultancy firms because they have gone too long, making it just ridiculously easy for them to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And this is why gaming is where it's at right now. I'm not saying they're ever going to go away because I don't think that's going to be a thing, right? The money's too easy. The grift is very easy. It's extremely easy to set up a company like that. So they're not going to give it up, right? They get government grants and all that. It's just never going to go away. But at the very least, we can make it a lot harder for them to do what they normally try to do without opposition. It says, we sourced a list of words from a third-party company which included words from multiple languages that would not likely come up during gameplay, as game chat is primarily intended to be used for team coordination. We are currently in the process of revising the censored word list and making changes in real time. They added, the account concluded, if there are any hurtful words or phrases that have been missed or censored words that you believe should be uncensored, please send them to our customer support here at makeorbreakcs@seasongames.com. So, again, it looks like they are uncensoring it. I don't really know why it was there in the first place. I don't even think they mentioned the company that they supposedly got this information from, but the fact that they try to call it a third-party company, I think it's amazing. I think it's truly, truly amazing that there must be something in the contract that protects these diversity consultancy firms from being blamed for anything, right? There has to be, because they will all die on the same hill. Every single one of these studios will take the blame and pretend as if the consultancy companies do nothing, right? But like I've said in so many videos, I have never once in my life hired anybody to do nothing. That makes no sense. Why would I hire someone to do nothing? It's the worst narrative that I've heard to defend these diversity consultancy firms, and yet they keep trying to spin it as that's the truth, but that can't be the fucking truth. Unless you want to literally blow money, then that's different. Just tell me you like blowing money. But I don't believe that, right? As a company, I don't believe that. Grumps reacted, writing on X a couple of hours after I reported it. Mecha Break has apologized. The Mecha Break uses a third-party firm to source their censored word list, which included the word Trump, but not Biden or Kamala Harris. Ahem. Please stop using woke consulting firms. He added, Mecha Break apologizes and says they're revising the list in real time. Keep the gamer voices going, and if we can keep their word. Again, I don't really know if this is going to be a big deal at the end of the day for a lot of people who were going to play Mecha Break, but I think this is nothing different from what other companies have already been doing. Activision Blizzard has done the same exact thing with some of their Call of Duty games, and there's other examples that are alive right now that have words like Trump and whatnot censored for clan tags and everything like that. In another post, he shared a screenshot showing Trump was no longer censored in the chat. He wrote on X, "We win." Mecha Break has, in real time, as they claim, fixed the censorship of the name Trump. Gamer voices matter. We speak up together, we win. We may have some smaller wins or even a loss, but you 100% lose the battles you don't fight. Congratulations. So again, he's 100% right. There's nothing wrong with that. And you know what's sad? The gaming Urinalists out there that shill for this kind of stuff, they would try to tell you that people like Grums and whatnot don't matter, right? They'll try to tell you that, oh, gamers don't matter. You know, you guys think you're doing something, but you're doing nothing. But there's been so many examples, and they might be small. Some of them might be small. A few of them might be big. But ultimately, there's a lot of examples out there that the gamer's voice does matter, right? If people get together and they try to go for a common cause, a lot of good things can happen. And this is just another example. So we have seen a prime example of what it means when gamers get together and tell a company, no, you're not going to do some dumb shit like that. And ultimately now we got a little bit small win in an overall big fight, right? An overall big fight regarding the good old gaming space. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Hope you did enjoy it. If you did, consider leaving me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Don't forget to like the video, comment, let me know what you thought, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Hypnotic out.
Is this going to be one of those more overpopulated videos? Yeah, we're going to find out. This has been the case with a lot of friends of mine, is that I think that a lot of people don't want to have kids anymore, and the reason why is because of money. I think that is the main reason, and there's other reasons too, but that's the main reason.
US fertility rate drops to another historic low. Births in Japan hit record low. Italy's national birth rate is declared a national emergency. Nearly every country is due to shrink by 2100. There's little to no doubt that there's like an ongoing fertility crisis. People choosing to not have babies anymore. From South Korea to the United States to Norway to Taiwan, pretty much every rich country. And you might not think this is a problem, but it is a problem for a few reasons. The reality is that people are living longer than ever at the moment. When people start to live this long, you need new workers to replace the ones that are retiring. You need new workers to pay taxes, will eventually fund the pensions of those who retire. And you need young people in the workforce to take care of those older people. In the 1960s, there were 6 people of working age for every retired person. And by 2035, it's expected to be 2 to 1. This is one of those topics where if you ask 5 different people, you'll get 5 completely different answers as to what the reason is.
I think that all the reasons, it's like you can look at different branches, but it all comes from the same tree, which is financial uncertainty. I think that's the main reason. Like, there's other social reasons too, but I think that that's the main thing.
People tend to have quite strong opinions. Some people might say it's a cost of living issue. Some people might say that it's to do with declining rates of religion.
That's probably true.
Some people might blame women's liberation movements, for example. Either way, we're typically pretty certain that either their experience or their belief is the reason why, on a global scale, people aren't having children. I think we can do better than that, because when I see that there's a problem that is affecting Norway, the US, Taiwan, and France, I tell myself that there's got to be like a better answer that we can give, right? Because these countries are completely different. The childcare situation, for example, in Norway is vastly different to the childcare situation in the US, which is vastly different to the UK. So I feel like we can get a better answer than just this one-line solution of, oh, it's the cost of living. I think we can do better. If you asked me, to be honest, like even just a couple of weeks ago, I would have put the blame squarely on the cost of housing. In fact, there's this one chart that lives like...
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I think of it. I think it's because people don't have the money. At least that's the ones that I know here. That's the reason why.
At rent-free. It's a chart that compares the growth of house prices to the growth of incomes in the UK. And intuitively, to me, it feels like that's why people wouldn't want to have kids.
Yeah, of course.
To a lot of people, it feels that
That's
way.
the way I
But
see it.
I want to challenge my intuition, and maybe we can reach a more nuanced answer as to why this is more of a global problem than necessarily a specific localized problem. For example, this is a piece of research from the US which tried to establish what the effect of a $10,000 increase in housing would be on people's decision to have kids. Unsurprisingly, if house prices go up, it corresponds to a 2.4% drop in the decision to have kids if you are renting. However, if you own your home, you actually become more likely to have kids as house prices go up. The net effect of this is that when house prices go up in the US,
How's that
more
even make
people
sense?
actually want to have kids, which is really counterintuitive.
Yeah,
But there is
doesn't
some
it make sense?
variance
How?
Because in the UK, the effect of increasing house prices is a net decrease. And this is just one piece of evidence that immediately helps us understand that we can't just think of this problem as a one-line solution.
Yeah.
Clearly, housing can't explain the full picture. I think the cost of having children is another huge factor that people typically fall back on when they explain the reasons why people aren't having kids. It's too expensive. However, it seems that even paying people to have kids isn't working very well. Taiwan spent more than $3 billion trying to get its citizens to have more children, and it's had no success at all. In France, they've spent even more money, about 4% of their GDP, on various measures to encourage people to have children. To put this into perspective, if the US spent 4% of its GDP on family measures, that would be the equivalent of the entire defense budget. So countries are actually, some countries at least, are actually spending a huge amount of money on things like tax breaks, things like direct cash transfers, and things like childcare benefits to encourage people to have kids. So clearly there's a bit more to this whole situation than meets the eye initially. And I think
The world's greatest resource is
because there is a
you.
What the fuck?
And
Yeah.
I've tried to find the best bits to share it with you, and I'm curious to hear what your opinions are on these.
All right, let's
different
see it.
aspects. What I do find really interesting is like how the narrative has changed around this topic, because a couple of decades ago, overpopulation was all the rage. All of the
There is no such thing as overpopulation, my goodness.
revolved around the fact that there were too many people, and we have two people to blame for this. First of all, we have a this dude here. His name is Thomas Malthus, and he is an 18th century economist. And he was the first major figure to really write about this idea of a population boom. He saw that the quality of life in 18th century England was dropping pretty quickly, and he said that there was just too many people, and that we'd get to a point where there wouldn't be enough food
You think
to
so?
sustain the growing population. And a couple of decades later, another professor wrote about the same topic. His name was Paul Ehrlich, and he wrote a book called The Population Bomb. And people really believed him. To kind of put into perspective how scared people were of overpopulation, I want to share a quote by the chairman of the Federal Reserve in the US, who said that overpopulation could be more explosive than the atomic or hydrogen bomb. Even on the other side of the world, in China,
Yeah,
these
they
fears
set the
of
one-kid policy.
overpopulation promoted China's decision
They
to
had that for years.
implement their one-child policy. The whole package of laws and regulations designed
Still
to
alive,
stop
yeah.
Chinese people from having more than one
Surprising.
child. If we fast forward to today, those fears were like clearly unfounded. I think most of us understand that food insecurity is a distribution problem and not an agriculture problem. And instead, we've ended up in a situation where underpopulation is the problem, where there are not enough young people. And I want to take a little bit of time to talk about the US specifically, because I think they've got some really interesting factors that paint a different picture of the fertility crisis to the one that you might have in your head at the moment. This is a graph of the US fertility rates, and it's the kind of graph that makes you want to jump to a specific conclusion or a one-line answer as to what's going on here. But the real interesting part of this graph isn't what it looks like now, it's what it looks like when you kind of break it down by demographics. And thankfully, The Economist has done this for me. If we look at birth rate divided by age, we see some really interesting trends. Somewhat
40
surprisingly,
is 20.
the fertility rate amongst women over 30 has actually been steadily rising since the 1990s. However, you might see something else that's quite interesting. Birth rates amongst 15 to 19-year-old women in the US dropped dramatically. The actual figure is 77%. And
That's probably a good thing. Yeah, because I know people that had kids in high school and it fucked their life up. Yeah, I'd say that definitely is a good thing. I'd say so. I feel like maybe what's happening is like, because you look at like France, Italy, Japan, like the US, I feel like these are all very developed countries, and I'm not sure like what it's like in those other countries, but there's been a conversation about things called like third spaces where people go to interact with other people. Like for example, a card shop, a skate park, a shopping mall, or something like that. And now I think that people don't really do that as much. So maybe it's because people aren't interacting with the opposite sex at all. Like, yeah, the arcade, right? Because it's like, when do you really interact with girls? Like, real question, right? If you're a young person, when do you interact with girls? At work? Yeah, and so like, never, right? Naturally, right? This is the Asmongold stream, so the answer is never. Yeah, but like at work, well, at work it's totally different, right? Like it's a totally different dynamic, totally different vibe. So it's like work or school. So like outside of work or school, when are you interacting with them? Probably fucking never. And I think that's probably a big reason too. It's a huge reason.
They explained that more than half of the drop in America's total fertility rate is driven by women under 19 choosing to no longer have kids. Around a third of these births would have been unplanned, and the majority of these births would have been on low incomes as well. In the UK, we actually see a similar trend where women at age 20 are having half as many children. Unlike richer women, these young women are not going to compensate by having more kids in the future. And I actually want to like take a brief second to have a little aside and talk about the fact that often the most vilified group of people are actually the most important group of people to society. I'm sure you've heard young single mothers described as a bird.
Okay, so in the West right now, they're not growing by birth rate. That's why they are importing. They're importing people. Because the people the people there are not multiplying. So, what is the solution? The solution is they're importing people. They're opening up the borders and letting just people come in.
burden on society or as lazy. But clearly, these women were.
The problem is not the young single mothers. The problem is that the fathers of the kids that the young single mothers have don't take accountability for the kid, and they don't help raise the kid. That's the actual problem. People have been having kids at 19 for because you got to keep in mind, people have been having kids at 16 to 19 years old for 99.999% of the history of humankind. This isn't some kind of fucking weird thing that it happens.
Really? 99.99999? Come on, show your source. I'd like to know.
This is the norm. It is. And both parties are to blame. Even lower than 16. Yeah, to be honest with you, even lower than 16. Right? It gets into some weird conversation, so I don't want to get too far into that. But it's definitely fucking true. Right? You look at history, that's what history says. And so it makes sense that this happens. But the problem isn't necessarily that they're having kids when they're young. The problem is that the fathers are not taking care of the kids. That's where the issue is. That's the real problem.
You like the backbone of the economy. It's an aspect that I feel
not
many
true.
people don't actually think about.
I think it is.
Obviously, it would be unreasonable to.
There you go. That's the answer. I think it is.
Let's say that the reason that no one is having kids is purely because teen pregnancies are down. The economic aspect of it is clearly important. It's clearly relevant. I don't think it's a coincidence if you look in this graph that the countries that have the lowest fertility rate in Europe, countries like Italy, Spain, and Greece, are also the countries with the highest youth unemployment, the countries where young people live with their parents for the longest, and the economy is in the bin, basically.
Yeah.
And if you just ask young adults why they're not having kids, a lot of them will say that it's simply because childcare is too expensive. What I do find interesting, though, is that the fertility crisis is one that affects the whole world, and it affects countries that spend an incredible amount of money on social programs for kids. So this is a quote by Robert Reich. If you don't know who Robert Reich is, he was...
This isn't fully true. Studies show the only thing that matters is the number of caretakers, not their sex. Well, yeah, but if that number is 2, it's better than 1. Regardless, right? And I think that's the point that I'm making, right? Is that, for a lot of the people that I know that had kids really young, they don't really take care of the kids.
That is... In my view, because the family dynamic is very different from in the West and in the East. Yeah, it's very different. Again, this is just my view of this. Here, if someone gets pregnant and they didn't get married, the child it's not just taking care of the mother. There's the grandmother, the grandfather, the uncles. There's a lot of people that can usually help raise the children or the kid. It's not like in the West where I think you're on your own. You're on your own. So it's the difference in the family dynamic. Because the family here is more closely tied together, something like that, which is different from families in the West, where although it's not what do you call this? So in the West, if you're 18, once you become an adult, you move out of the house, something like that. But in the East, it's the dynamic is very different.
Like I feel like that's pretty simple. Like that's bad.
Because look at Asman. He's living alone in his parents' house. Here, it's different. If you're single and you still have your parents with you, usually it's very common that your parents are with you, with your siblings.
I don't know if I agree with a lot of this. I'm 33, I have 2 kids, 1 more on the way. I just don't have a degree or my own house, 2 cars, I run my own eBay shop. I personally think it's just people. Yeah, but why do people do that though, is the question.
U.S. Secretary of Labor, he says.
So when it comes to taking care of a kid, if you are single, usually it's not a big problem because there's a lot of, people that will take care of it or help you take care of your kid.
We could be sending that money to Israel and we're saying that we're spending on the kids? Bro, what the fuck? What are we doing?
Obviously, the US has a huge childcare spending problem. It just doesn't want to invest in young children. But Norway, which is spending incredible amounts on early childhood.
And if you look at the data, the graphs that being shown, it's mostly in the West.
As if their experience of having children is identical, when there are actually some pretty significant differences that can at least help us explain some more of the trend towards choosing to not have children. And one of these big factors is the fact that women's earnings drop significantly after having a child, and that drop persists decades after they have children. This is not so much
of course. I mean, obviously, that's the wage gap. Yeah, this is the real wage gap. It's not, oh, women are being paid less because they're women. No, it's because they have kids. That's the reason why it happens. It's simply unfair. Well, do you know what's unfair? Biology. Biology is unfair. That's the way the world works. Like, if you're mad about that, you're unhappy about this, that's okay, you can be mad. But I didn't decide this, I didn't make it like this, this is just the way the world works. So, and I think this is why, like, this is what I said before about how, like, marriage isn't for a man or a woman, it's for the kid. I think this is another good example of that. I don't see the problem here. Less people is generally good. In what capacity, right? Serious question. Why do you think everyone's mad? Oh, I don't know. I mean, are people mad? I have no idea.
For men. Men who choose to have kids don't earn significantly less than men who don't choose to have kids. And they don't also experience a short-term drop in the amount that they earn. Gender-based differences in terms of the experience of childcare, I think, are a remarkably important factor because ultimately you need 2 people to have a child. This tracks with the work of Dr. Matthias Dupke. He's like the guy to talk about family economics. It's his area of specialty. He talks at length about the differences between low fertility countries and ultra low fertility countries. Mm-hmm. In the countries that have the lowest levels of fertility, there is a clear trend of women taking on a greater percentage of the burden of childcare.
Yeah.
So in the really low fertility countries, the percentage of childcare duties that is taken on by women can be as high as 80%. In countries that have slightly better fertility ratios, this percentage is much closer to 50-50. There is still a huge stigma in some of these countries, particularly South Korea and Japan, where women are still expected to spend huge amounts of time at home taking care of children, but they can't survive without having a career, or they simply just want a career, which is also very reasonable. The decision to have kids is, in some extent, a signal of optimism, right? A signal in the belief that you'll have a good future, your kid will have a good future, and the world on the whole.
I don't know about before, like, it's something that has to do with, like, the kids that are feeling that way. Or, sorry.
By the way, why am I watching this?
Like a bad world. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen a whole lot. I mean, I'm sure it happens sometimes, so I'm sure it's a factor. But I feel like the main reason why, I mean, I don't know. I think that he's right that it's probably more complicated than what I said about being just money, though. It's probably...
Okay, look at this, look at this. In 1920, we took children out of the coal mines. In 2020, the most popular video game on the market is Minecraft. The children yearn for the mines. What kind of conclusion is that? Children are yearning for the mines because Minecraft is the most popular game in 2020.
a combination of things, but all I'm saying is that I think the fact that like a lot of dads, like, you know, there's a reason why there's the meme of, you know, dad went out to get cigarettes and he didn't come back for 20 years. Like, that meme isn't really a good meme, is it? That's kind of a bad meme. And so, yeah. What about high abortion rates? Yeah, I think abortion rates probably do play a role in it too, for sure. Nuclear families destroyed. Yeah, well, it's because people don't get married in the same way, I think. I think that's another factor. It's probably like, the more I think about this, it's probably like 5 things that come together that like make a, you know, like a perfect storm, right? Rather than like one specific thing that causes it to happen.
Has a good future ahead of it. And I think these disparate factors all play into a single idea of optimism about the world. There's a really good research group called Our World in Data. They're amazing. They compiled some data on how optimistic people feel about the world. And you see that there's this concentration of rich, low fertility countries at the bottom of this graph. And I think it helps us at least explain somewhat why the countries that are even trialing just direct cash payments are not seeing remarkable improvement. Giving someone a one-off payment doesn't necessarily make them feel like the world is going to be a better place in the next 5, 10, 15 years. On the other hand, places like Taiwan have tried extended maternity leave, and that hasn't worked because that has actually increased the risk for women. They're going to be out of the workforce for longer, and they're going to struggle to recover the income that they once had.
Well, like, if you're thinking about it from a job POV, like, why are you going to want to have a girl there that's pregnant working at a job if she's going to have to leave for like 2 months? You know, I mean, just think about it that simple. Yeah, of course that's what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, it's common sense. That's the way they'd see it. More like a year, maybe. I mean, like 2 years. Well, I don't know. I know that like some women get back to work kind of soon, maybe 2 months. I'm not...
I think when it comes to work, it really depends. When I worked for a candy factory back, I worked for like 6 months in a candy factory. There were more women in the production. The men were mostly in the warehouse, obviously, because warehouse, we carry heavy loads. But in the production where, you know, the candies are made, there are more women. And overall, there are more women in the factory than men. So I guess it really depends on the type of work. And for example, in most electronics factory, so there is a factory that makes hard drive. I would pass the factory in the morning, and you'll see everyone outside are all women. There are some men, I guess. They're also working in the warehouse, but it's a factory that makes hard drive, and almost all of the workers are women.
Not sure, right? I could be wrong. I've heard from other people that maternity leave, at least here, is like sometimes only 2 months.
These macro factors like the gender wage gap, which kind of creating like a negative pressure, and it's not.
And most teachers here are women. For example, when I was in elementary, there was only one male teacher. So all our teachers were women. So it's there are jobs that are dominated by females.
Enough to balance that negative pressure. But importantly, it's also worth mentioning
could have been
that
3,
a lot of the drop in fertility is actually a good thing. It represents that people have agency. People can actually choose whether or not to have children, especially women. In fact, we use the term fertility crisis when it's.
I also worked for a factory that makes paint, car paint, and we were all men. There were very few women, and most of them are in the office, in the administration building, or they work in the administration. But in the factory, we were all men. This was a factory that makes car paint.
It's not really a fertility crisis. It's a work crisis. Governments aren't trying to create self-actualized, happy, positive individuals. They're trying to create meat for the grinder.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah.
Again, I have no idea why I was watching this. I guess it just autoplayed automatically. When I went down and did something. I went down and had a nature break. It took me like a while to get back because made some coffee and drank it there, and then I came up. The video was playing. So, look at that. Moist Critical is back in YouTube. I thought he was going to take a break or something. Nobody is saying Borderlands movie, and the CEO is mad. Why? Make a good movie and people will go see it. It's the same with everything. If you have a good product, people will spend money on it. If you have a bad product, no one will buy it.
Fucking like it. Yeah, it's looking pretty bad.
Borderlands movie.
About this
Young, yeah.
is that we're getting to a point where video game adaptations are starting to be made in high quality and are showing their viability and their effectiveness. I mean, we've seen the success of The Last of Us HBO show. We've seen Fallout absolutely nail it with their live-action adaptation. Arcane, Castlevania, and Cyberpunk, these are animated but video game adaptations nonetheless.
I have yet to watch the Fallout TV show.
So we live in an era now where such things...
I was not interested in watching The Last of Us. I wasn't even interested in the game as well.
The old days when video game adaptations were just...
Fallout.
I mean, for lack of better words...
I might just watch it. They say it wasn't bad.
It was a meme, basically. It's like every time that you saw like a movie, this is like 2008 and before then especially, if you saw a movie come out and it was about a game, you knew that it was garbage. It was gonna be dog shit, yep.
To capture more the old era of video game adaptations with the rather unsuccessful, if not catastrophic, launch that we have seen for it. Recall that back in 2021, we saw a first look of it. We saw kind of the profiles and the silhouettes of the cast that they had showcased back then. And already people were skeptical because while there were familiar elements, there were definitely elements that didn't quite match what people remember from the original game. And the thing is this...
Somebody asked me if I liked the Warcraft movie. I thought it sucked. It was just stupid. Like, why didn't you do Arthas? Yeah, that's the way I see it.
Borderlands movie, it's an adaptation of the first game, and so with that comes certain expectations from the fans in terms of how the characters are supposed to look and feel, and you know, the kind of presence and essence that they're supposed to evoke. And so already it was off to a rocky start. And then the trailer came out, and you know, a lot of people were in wait-and-see mode, but you know, people were divided about its potential quality. And now the movie is finally out, and ladies and gentlemen, this is about as disastrous as a movie launch can get. Let's talk about what happened first critically. On Rotten Tomatoes, when the initial reviews came out, the movie was literally at a 0% tomato meter. And this was there for a while before one positive review that was actually more of like a mixed review with one or two positive things to say about it brought that up to a 3%. And then now the final tally after 99 reviews is a 9%.
9%.
So 99 reviews, that's like 10%.
Yeah, that's impressive. I know.
And tomato meter,
Jesus.
which is still, I mean, that's not
So even the wokes
score a lot.
didn't like it.
You can see
Even the modern audience didn't like it. It was so bad that the modern audience did not like the movie. A movie made for the modern audience
doesn't bode well, but then beyond
was not enjoyed by the modern audience.
the movie's just, it's not good. A lot of the jokes don't land.
Which means it's just bad.
There's not a whole lot of substance to it, and it really doesn't feel like it does Borderlands justice. It doesn't appeal.
I haven't played Borderlands.
To the mass audiences.
Borderlands.
The general vibe out there is that it's
what's crazy
I can't remember. I don't remember if I have it.
with the approach of let's make a show about a game and then make it to where we alienate the audience of the people that play the game.
Exactly.
This was a good idea. Like, when did this start? And somebody was like, yeah, okay, let's go ahead. We're going to make this, and then we're going to make
Let's make a game.
We're going to make it.
But we'll make it. Yeah, exactly.
It's so crazy.
We'll make it so that the fans won't like it. Exactly.
That shouldn't have happened. Its script just didn't work.
Because it's they tried to make it for the modern audience.
Existence. Now, Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick got wind of the abysmal reviews that this was getting. I mean, IGN itself gave it a 3 out of 10, so what does that tell you? And the statement he put out there was, hey guys, ignore the reviews. Please give this movie a chance. See it for yourself. There have been, cases...
Let me go back. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read what he said. Give me a second. Let's get to it. Give the film a chance. A lot of people worked really hard on it. The underlying...
It doesn't matter if a lot of people worked really hard on it. If it's not good, it's not good.
But to answer your question, no, the performance of the film wouldn't have a financial impact on us or the franchise one way or another. A lot of people worked really hard on it. Yeah, well, that's something that only the people that worked really hard on it care about. Let's be honest.
Exactly, no one cares about that.
Cases and situations where, critics...
Again, you make a good product, people will buy it. You make a bad product, no one will buy it.
Fans and general audiences are like, this is just not great.
It's very simple.
Classic, but for now, it's bad. So Zelnick said, let's give the film a chance. A lot of people worked really hard on it. The underlying intellectual property is phenomenal. The
Why
cast
would
is
anybody care about any of that with the movie? Like, it's just
amazing. I think the look and feel.
this is the problem that a lot of these people have, right? They don't understand why people watch movies or play games.
It's really terrific. So let's see what audiences have
You ever
to say.
expected someone to
But
say
then
they
he answered a
didn't work
question
hard
about
on
whether
it? Yeah,
this is going to
exactly.
have a huge financial impact on the company, he said, but no, the performance of the film wouldn't have a financial impact on us or the franchise one way or another. Speaking to IGN right before the company's Q1 earnings call, basically trying to reassure investors that even if this movie flops, us, Take-Two as a company, will be okay. Further adding that the whole business of making films out of games is not really core to us, he said. And he added that he expects the publisher will probably maintain its approach to only doing so selectively in the foreseeable future. This is definitely...
That doesn't necessarily fill me with a lot of confidence. The movie's good. The movie's not even really out at the time I think this article happened. And he's like, yeah, we're probably not going to do this again. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems pretty bad.
Definitely him trying to soften the blow. Like, if a movie like this becomes successful and it boosts sales for the games in turn, which also boosts sales for the movies, and it becomes this vicious thing, which is what happened with, you know, Cyberpunk Edge Runners. When that released, the games also suddenly got a huge, or the Cyberpunk 2077 game got a huge uptick of players. When the Fallout show became successful,
It was a good show.
not only was the show itself successful, but it fueled the game's sales and players returning to the games as well. Same thing for The Last of Us. Like, this is actually a potentially very profitable business venture if done right. But then when you see a flop like Borderlands, that investment just doesn't pay off in the way you'd want it to. So I don't believe him when he says that it doesn't really impact us all that much. Like, yes, it does. That's a lot of potential success and potential sales of Borderlands and the brand getting bigger and it paving the road to just much more financially lucrative future for the IP. Like, those kinds of things just out the window because this movie flopped so badly.
Well, it also makes it look bad for any other game, right? Because like when the Halo series died, or this one comes out, it's really bad. Every other person who's going to make a video game movie is going to be like, wait a minute, maybe we shouldn't actually do this because, you know, these other ones were really bad as well. To be honest, who asked for this? I don't know. I feel like Borderlands isn't really that. To me, it doesn't feel like it's that popular of a series, but I could just be wrong about that. I don't think it's that big.
And how bad exactly did it flop? Well, we have some figures here. So apparently the Borderlands movie bombed by opening with an $8.8 million.
Whoa, that is a lot of money.
That is disastrous. This is its opening weekend. These numbers are only going to go lower from there. Now it's $8.8 million in the U.S.
How much did they spend?
You know, I don't know exactly.
Wait a second. How much did they spend on it, though? Oh, $115 million budget and $30 million. Oh, so they spent $145 million. They made $8 million. Wow. Yeah, it's not so good, huh?
Exactly what the figures are, but reports say that 60% of the movie's production costs were covered by international ticket pre-sales.
Half of the budget for the movie went to the actors.
Budget of the movie, which is $115 million overall, and then on top of that, $30 million for marketing and distribution. I'm curious to see whether this movie will end up making any sort of profit or even break even, or if it'll ultimately be...
No, if you make $8 million right off the rip, you're never gonna make 145. Like, you're not even 10% of the way there. You're barely even 5% of the way there. So no, it's over, bro. Like, this is a minus. I wouldn't be.
It's Jover.
-1 million or 100 million. Can you imagine that losing?
Hey Brandon, it's Jover.
For the companies involved and the investors involved.
What has Jesus
Releases, it's not enough to just break even. You've
got to do with it? Nothing.
Significant growth for an entire brand, for the games and the movie and everything surrounding this universe. But with the flop of this,
I find it funny.
And so
I find it funny that people or or folks that don't believe in Jesus Christ,
movie, which
they love calling out his name.
PG-13 rating and an original story to appeal to a more general audience. There it is.
The modern audience, again.
You tried to make the show for people that weren't interested in the show. And then guess what? The people that weren't interested in the show...
What they should have done is, you know...
Wow, it's so...
Make the movie for the fans of the game.
wanted to appeal to a general audience, but what ended up happening was that it ended up appealing to no one.
That's right.
By essentially cutting down on the things that gives Borderlands its identity. It should have been an R-rated film. And then beyond that, as far as
yeah, they should have made it like
changes that they made to the story, the way cast, the storyline aspects that
what do you call this? Made it like the same way the Deadpool movie was made
to everyone by trying to
with a lot of action.
Borderlands by diluting its identity instead of
well, I haven't seen the this movie, so
something like Deadpool and
maybe it has a lot of action.
Possibly made.
I don't know.
Well, that's because it's made for the fans. That's it. That's the reason why. Is that I think that when you start making content for an audience of people that you don't have, what you do is you alienate the people that you do have, and then you never get the other audience. Like I've seen this happen with streamers, for example, right? Is that like how many times you guys seen streamers try to like transition to doing something new, and then like they lose their original audience, and then they don't get a new audience, and then their stream is dead. This has happened with a lot of people, right? Because that's not the way that you do it. You do it by gradually increasing that size of the audience and transitioning slowly to things, right? Well, I mean, you can come up with a lot of examples, but I think that's just the general norm. Ninja's still doing fine. He is, but he's fallen off a lot because of that, right? I mean, that's just how it is. We don't care what you play. Yeah, that's a cap. Exactly. What if your streamer's dead but never grows? Well, I don't know. The article is intentionally dishonest. It only made 30% of its production budget back because international theaters usually takes half. China, for example, takes 70-75% of U.S. film sales. Oh, I'm sure they're probably not going to make the money back, right? I'd be amazed if they did. You stop making content for your audience and you'll lose them. Yeah, exactly. Like, what's the point of using an IP if you're not going to advertise it to the people that are fans of the IP?
As you could get, as lewd and as gruesome as it needed to be, and it knew what it was, fan servicey as hell, jokey as hell, but it's precisely what that movie needed to be. It gave the fans what they wanted and just offered a phenomenal time.
It's like the premise of like fan service being problematic. Like fan service, what are you really saying? So you're saying that making content for the audience of people that likes the show is bad? Like, no, it's funny. That's the reason why people are there. It's not problematic at all. It's good.
For what it was. You know, the plot and whatnot is not necessarily what you're there for. It doesn't have the most amazing plot ever, but those moment-to-moment elements were so compelling and fun and giddiness-inducing, especially for fans who recognize all the Easter eggs and all the things that they showed off that served as a love letter to the comics and the 20th century Fox era of superheroes. That movie just, I mean, everyone talks positively about it as far as I know. But then you look at something like this and it's like the complete opposite of that, where you try to take Borderlands and just make it into something it's not for the sake of trying to see if you can appeal to a broad audience. It's like, look,
anytime that I see somebody try to do that is like, let's make this available to a wide audience. Let's make it to where everybody can play it. Let's make it to where the game that has its dedicated audience, it doesn't appeal to them anymore, and it appeals to people that don't like the game. Oh, right. What a great idea.
The audience will be there if you just give something a strong identity. And Borderlands already had a strong identity with the games having established that, and the fact that they didn't fully just lean into that.
And it's also like, here's another factor. Like, my dad watched the One Piece live action. He loved it. He thought it was great. So this whole idea that like if you make it for the fans of the anime or the fans of the game, they're gonna hate it. That's not even true. There's tons of shows that like are made off of a game or a movie or an anime, and they're great. Like it's not like you have to make the decision of to whether you're gonna make it for a modern audience or a general audience, or are you gonna make it for the fans. If you make a good show or a good movie,
The modern audience
You know,
kills franchises.
the movie ultimately just wasn't particularly of high quality.
It is so funny. It always makes me laugh.
for me was The Watchmen. Somebody said it in chat. You're right. I never read the Watchmen comics, but man, that movie. Ooh, that.
Same here. Never read the Watchmen comics, but I've seen the movie and
And so yeah, movie was sick, right? And
it was great. And I believe it's a Zack Snyder movie,
And so, I think,
which he tried recreating with the DC universe,
everything.
which I think didn't really work.
Major flops as far as video game adaptations are concerned.
It made the DCU super dark.
Adaptations are becoming viable, and some of the most successful releases, and some of the most critically acclaimed releases of the year, and breaking records like The Last of Us broke records for HBO, Fallout broke records for Amazon, and I mean Super Mario broke records when that movie came out. You can see that it's not the fault of genre and the medium, it's the fault of just the marketing, the quality.
It's the quality of the movie. There's nothing to do with anything else. Like, so here's an example. You look at two different examples. You look at The Boys and you look at Sin City. The framing for Sin City was frame for frame, word for word, one for one almost, right? With the Frank Miller graphic novel. Like, literally, they just took it and they made it a fucking movie. Then, for The Boys, they totally changed that show. They changed it massively, and people love the show. So it's not like you can't change it. It's that if you're doing it in a way to appeal to an audience rather than to create a vision, then you've already failed.
Movie and word of mouth spreading about this just not being worth your time and money. So that's kind of what you need to know about the Borderlands movie.
So, unpopular opinion, I don't like The Boys.
I talked about before, so I figured it would be full circle to just kind of revisit this, see how it's going, and honestly, this particular movie I did not have good feelings about, and unfortunately, my pessimisms just kind of became reality on this particular front.
It's not a surprise.
But it doesn't mean that video game adaptations should stop. They just need to be much more well considered. Either make an original story within that universe to really give you all the freedom you need, kind of like what Fallout did,
or Cyberpunk had,
or if you're gonna adapt a story that already exists with a cast of characters that already exist, really do them justice and really show the fans, like, give them that love letter that they are looking for. Or at the very least, that's one man's take. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on the Borderlands movie.
What is this? I'm the Ferris, by the way. Racial Segless post sparks outrage, and Gal Gadot. Is it Gal Gadot or Gal Gadot? I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm saying her name wrong. Faces hate mob. Why? Why? Is it because the evil queen is better looking than Snow White? Or maybe because he's from Israel. Oh, come on, that's just being racist. Okay, side scrollers, Trump must just broke the internet. Really? They did not. They did not break the internet. The internet was running fine during their event. I call it an event because, like, it has, according to the latest information posted by Elon, the event had 1 billion views. That is a lot of views. Rejecting wokeness is a gold mine. Wokeness, so funny. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, so this time I mentioned that I'll be away from my computer. I'll be right back.
What's going on, guys? Happy Tuesday to you. Glad you found me wherever you're tuning in. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button. Here we go. Let's get into today's news. As I'm giving this normal news thing a try, we're going to see how this goes. If you guys like this, once again, please hit the thumbs up. If you do, please subscribe. If you'd like me to do more of this, please let me know down in the comments, because this is
normal news. My goodness.
the biggest news story in the world is actually about how the news covers the news, and specifically the Elon Musk Donald Trump conversation that took place on Monday night. This was a massive point of conversation over the last few days. I don't care where you fall politically. I honestly don't. I'm never going to tell you how to vote, but I will tell you this. Last night was a big cultural moment as Elon Musk interviewed, or I guess had a conversation with Donald Trump. Interview is obviously easier to say, but had a good conversation with Donald Trump. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I know a lot of people did. As you can see on your screen, a combined views of 1 billion impressions. Now, that doesn't mean a billion people have listened to it. It just means that it has been seen 1 billion times. Now, listen, that is crazy-ass numbers along the way. And I don't even know how you could potentially look at that and see it's not a success. Now, the mainstream media will continually go back to, well, there was tech issues at the start.
The mainstream media sucks.
I think that really bodes to say, really goes on to say, like, how well...
That is the reason why they're dying. I haven't watched the news on TV for a very long time now. There's no point when you can get the news fresh
would you like to see
from the internet.
Content like this from other people of note, like political potential people that you vote in. Some other important things here, as pointed out, 1.3 million live streamers, 77 million impressions in the first 3 hours. Obviously, a quadrillion, not really, likes and reposts, comments, and people were going crazy during it. But more than anything, the media is seething over this. It's been a, for a bunch of people that complain about misinformation, they sure do like to peddle misinformation. Hey, that Mr. Beast story just won't go away, will it? Nope, it continues.
Of course, it's Mr. Beast. Oh, what's this?
They're talking about the Mr. Beast game show on Amazon. Obviously, the whole Chris Tyson stuff.
Whenever I see a picture of Mr. Beast smiling, it feels like he doesn't know how to naturally smile. It looks fake.
But Mr. Beast's girlfriend has
look at his girlfriend's smile. It looks very different from how he smiles.
If they were. Okay, that's fine. What's the half that is not true versus the half that is true? Please fill us in, because if half of the stuff is true, that still means you're with a giant piece of crap. I just want to point that out. Speaking of, you can see, like, it's been talked about a lot over the last, couple days since this is posted. I mean, everybody has, and I said this on Side Scrollers today, but everybody has that, like, their fake smile. Smile, okay, here. Like, how so?
See, even Craig.
Pay attention to his hand.
Even Craig noticed it.
Celebrity hand. I don't want to touch you. This is his girlfriend. What's going on here? I really feel like there's something deeper going on here with Mr. Beast, and like, I don't know if he's like crazy autistic when it comes to YouTube, which is also part of his genius, which may be part of it, but also there's some weird. There's more to the story, and there will continue to be more to the story. I don't know. Weird. Star Wars Outlaws is a game that's coming out very soon. Lots of previews starting to hit the interwebs and YouTube as a lot of PR companies have been reaching out to YouTubers to say, hey, why don't you check out what we got going on over here? We'd love for you to check out Star Wars Outlaws. But one YouTuber is saying, I ain't playing yo game. Yo game. What? The biggest YouTuber in the world, in the Star Wars world, if you will, maybe a galaxy far away. I don't even know. I'm not a big Star Wars guy. You guys know that. But he's saying, no, I'm not doing that. I don't want to see Star Wars, the new Star Wars game, Star Wars Outlaws, even though he was going to be paid to promote it, because he wants to be honest and give his honest opinions. Because what happens in a lot of these situations is you're paid to do things, and we've seen this over the last little bit, where there is a barrier of entry between what your product is, what your video is going to be.
How about taking their money and then still doing your own review?
For lack of a better word.
The worst thing they can do is not
Star Wars.
not offer you
Tied into this.
or not contact you again.
I would say I know him through association. Never actually. I don't think I've actually done anything with him before in the past. But what do you think about this? Like, I love the idea that there is a line of demarcation that some people won't cross, and at a certain point, you know, I get that some people, you got to do what you need to do and pay the bills. But I think once you cross that line, your relationship with your audience is severed, specifically when it comes to trust. And in this world of YouTube and influencers, right? If you're not a man of your word in the situation, you've lost all the trust with your audience. And I think that it's pretty cool for him to say that. He said in the video on his channel, says at the end of the day, yeah, they did reach out. We were potentially going to do something. I gave them an exorbitant amount of money. I was like, well, you need to give me this. And look, there's going to be a ton of things in the contract that will not bind me to any sort of tailoring of what I need to or don't need to say about this game. He said, if it's complete ass, I'm going to be totally candid about it. And so at the end of the day, nothing was signed, nothing was done, and I'm happy because at the end of the day, the game looks like absolute shit. It looks like garbage, right? So that's the thing. I appreciate that, and I think most people do appreciate that. So do you have a YouTuber that you follow that you trust their word when it comes to certain games or products along the way? Love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Let me know down below. We talked about the D23 Expo yesterday on this little normal news show.
Oh, so D23 happened? I didn't know.
Specifically about Frozen 3. Do you got kids who watch Frozen 1 and 2? Of course I do, right? So when's Frozen 3 coming out? In 3 years. What? November 24th, 2027. This tells me they haven't even started on this. This is crazy to me that Frozen 3 is coming out in like 3 years. They ain't even begun.
I haven't seen Frozen 2.
That they're confirming that a 4th film is already in the works for Frozen. I thought Frozen was a fine film. Frozen 2 was okay. I mean, it had the big Let It Go, you know, in Frozen 1, and there were some other songs in Frozen 2. And Elsa and Anna, you know, like I said, I grew up with my kids watching the first Frozen, and Frozen 2 was, you know, a little bit later. I don't know. I don't know if Frozen 3 has the legs. This is stupid. Of course, it's going to make $1 billion, but you wonder with these franchises that start and they literally span generations at this point. I mean, we're talking about a movie that's going to be released in 3 years, and we've known about Frozen 3 for a while. They had a test sequence, a little preview that came out of this not too long ago. So
let it go.
3 years out is just crazy.
Let it go.
Frozen 3 in 3 years. I'm just kidding. I don't really care. Don't tell me. And finally, a fun little quick hit. We talked about this on Side Scrollers today, which I encourage you, if you want more information about all this stuff, you can find more longer form.
I think the first movie they should have ended it with the first movie because
Super Nintendo's birthday. How freaking cool is that? Oh my God, some amazing games.
I haven't seen the second movie, but
Pilot Wings.
From what I've read and heard from reviews, it wasn't as good as the first movie. Still made money though.
Legacy of Kain launched today. We saw Bionic Man: Re-Armed, which is crazy, a crazy good downloadable game. I played it for the 360 back in the day. Really, really good. Darksiders 2, Sleeping Dogs, and man, DuckTales Remastered. Let's
DuckTales. Woo!
So with that said, man, so many great games. I would love to know your favorite Super Nintendo game. Please tell me down in the comments. I actually did a top 10 list, actually a top 20 list, like 15, 16 years ago, 2008 or so for Screw Attack. Really fun video back then. I think it still holds up, but I know that I posted that over on X. So if you guys want to go see that, it's at Stutter and Craig. I'll put the, obviously, I think the link's down in the description. But man, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Super Nintendo turning 33 years old, man. It is a classic, and some say it's the best console ever made. It's up there, man. It is up there, and it's great. All right, so once again, if you like this type of video, I'm just kicking it around. This is a test run of these shows, so if you like this, hit a thumbs up.
Okay, let me look for a new location. Ooh, there's so much X2 events about this one. Let's go to the Royale. Okay, they have like some money left. Royale, growing a virtual flower with Lindo. I've been doing this for like the entire day, and I've only made like less than $100. Okay, so that was the normal news from Side Scrollers. What's this? Ooh, okay, Luis has a new video.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to today's episode of How You're Getting Effed. I'm your host, Louis Rossman. Today,
What did he say?
Episode of How You're Getting Effed. I'm your host. Everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to today's episode of How You're Getting Effed. I'm your host, Louis Rossman. Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to today's episode of How You're Getting Effed. I'm your host, Louis.
How you're getting effed. Okay, finally.
Created by a smartphone manufacturer. You can probably already see where this is
So, how you're getting
if you buy an Apple product.
fucked, I guess.
You get
No, not I guess. It is.
kind of stuff where people will like to tout their own ego at the expense of not just other people, but society as a whole. See, many people like to think that they are the genius. They are the one that did the proper research to buy a good product. And if only you were smart like I was, then you wouldn't be.
Luis is really good in, getting his point across.
What is good for society don't realize.
I wish I was as good as him.
Every other company tends to follow, particularly when their market cap goes up as they do these anti-consumer things. So when you have a smartphone company like Apple that does stuff where you replace a part
Although I find his
from one of those same products,
I find it.
and it doesn't work.
I find I find him. What do you call this?
Sometimes those smartphone companies go on to create motor vehicles, as you can see over here. This is a news article about.
He talks too fast. That is what. I was trying to say. He talks too fast. Not
cannot do OTA.
There's a thing you talk too much, Luis. He talks too fast.
With an upgrade error being reported. This occurs when owners replaced upgradable parts.
That's how good he is in
Such parts have security keys for
getting his ideas and point across.
a light, a bulb, something that creates light. During an over-the-air update, these keys will be verified, and the upgrade cannot occur if there is a mismatch between the identification keys. According to a Xiaomi official, if the original part is refitted,
Wait. This car headlamp has cryptographic keys that restrict repair. Headlights do not need cryptography. Well, the good news is, in the near future, I hope it's in the near future, cars will become obsolete. I hope.
that the upgrade can be fully installed. Maybe they're doing this because they don't want people installing aftermarket headlights, because if they're not as good, it could potentially cause accidents on the road.
I don't care.
Maybe they're doing this to combat theft so that there's not an incentive structure anymore for somebody to steal your headlights.
I don't care.
I don't care.
Serialization, where it notices that you have installed a different part and it decides that that's not going to work just because it's a different serial number or something like that, or different keys, but rather it's a calibration routine, as I mentioned in this Actually video, where engineers like to point out that serialization is where it notices that the serial number on the part has changed even if it's the same part, whereas calibration is a different thing, when different parts have different tolerances, and in order to give you the best experience when parts have different tolerances, as these things get smaller and more complicated, a calibration routine needs to be run so that it works properly.
I don't care.
Why don't I care? If we were talking about safety, do keep in mind that for the past 100 years, get rid of this nonsense amnesia that you have. For the past 100 years, you have actually been able to replace the brakes on your 4,000-pound vehicle that can go down the road at 80 miles an hour. You're allowed to do that because we value freedom in our society to an extent over this type of tyrannical corporate garbage that is designed to pad their profits over while claiming security. If we're talking,
The problem is the government that is supposed to protect
in the comment section,
the consumer, the people,
method by Xiaomi.
are getting paid, and not the government, the people in the government are getting paid and bought by corporations. That is a problem.
It's hard for me to tell whether these are Xiaomi shill accounts doing reputation management on behalf of Xiaomi. Is this astroturfing? Or are people actually this brainwashed into believing that you are better off not being able to replace parts of what you own, what you bought and paid for, with parts of your choosing to prevent theft? Again, for over 100 years in the United States, you've been able to replace the headlamps on your vehicle with a headlamp of your choice. And they have now taken that ability away from you. Let's say that the issue over here is about the CAN bus or something like that, and how this headlamp can corrupt the firmware.
I don't care.
Maybe the issue is that with modern vehicles, and I'm just throwing things out there to try and steelman their argument, that they have the sensor that can tell if a car is coming your way on a two-way road. And if you have auto high beams on, it may turn those high beams off when it senses that vehicle, and that is done on a CAN bus, or they need to know that it's their original headlight that's there so that that feature continues to function properly.
I don't care.
If the issue that we're talking about here is that there is some issue with a sensor in the headlamp that senses an oncoming car, perhaps that sensor can be installed somewhere else on the car where it is not in the headlamp, so that I have the ability to use a headlamp of my choosing. Integrating everything into one part is a way of making manufacturing cheaper. It is. And since you're manufacturing less parts, that means that there's a lower chance of failure overall, because you have to deal with one part rather than two. You also have to deal with parts transfer and logistics in the whole supply chain. It makes things cheaper. But at the end of the day, that is not passed on to the end customer, nor is that something that makes my life easier. It is something that makes my life harder. There is a gentleman whose name I forget, and it's very unfortunate that I did. It's on the tip of my tongue. He did an excellent video, and I'll pin the comment if anybody finds it, on a Ford truck where somebody was paying thousands upon thousands of dollars as a result of putting aftermarket headlamps in his car, and after he put the aftermarket headlamps in his car, it killed his entire vehicle. It would no longer start up. This is a result of the car having a computer, and the headlamp assembly, because it is no longer just a headlamp, it is an assembly, there's a bunch of other crap that they put in there, it connects to the car computer. So if you have a headlamp assembly that connects to the car computer, and you have purchased an aftermarket headlamp that does this poorly, you can actually take down the entire car computer, which is an argument that, see, look, aftermarket headlamps can be bad for your car. However, if we were designing things in a different manner, this would not be the issue. I completely understand the idea. Let's make the car cheaper by having, I don't know, the bumper sensor and everything else, all the different things in the car in one assembly, because that means that we only have one part that we have to have in inventory, because it makes it cheaper to manufacture, cheaper to transport, cheaper across the entire logistics chain. That's never passed on to me. As many people who may have been seeing anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000 dealer market adjustment fees over the past few years might have noticed, those cost savings from manufacturing things in a way where it is easier for it to fail if one thing goes wrong, or where you're not able to replace parts in the car with parts of your choosing, the savings doesn't ever seem to be passed on to you. Cars seem to be getting more and more expensive as the manufacturer continues to put more of these cost-saving measures into the vehicle. When I bought a ceiling fan, most ceiling fans at the store were the type of ceiling fans where they have a proprietary bulb. And people who engineer ceiling fans actually said that this is a way of getting a better fan. They are able to make the bulbs in a way where the fan naturally cools the bulb, so maybe they last longer. And further, because you are shipping one part instead of two, it allows them to simplify the manufacturing process, which means lower manufacturing costs and faster manufacturing. However, in spite of the fact that this is supposedly cheaper to manufacture, all of the ceiling fans that have the bulb built into them are actually more expensive than the ones where I can screw in my own bulb after putting in high-quality Philips bulbs. And further, of course, the replacement LED is proprietary and not available through the manufacturer, meaning when it dies, I have to buy a new fan. This is why when engineers point these things out, I don't necessarily care as much for the reason. Technically, you are correct. In the long run, when you look at how it actually affects the consumer, you are wrong. I do not want to replace a ceiling fan. That costs almost twice as much because the bulb has gone out. It's not cheaper for me, even though it's cheaper for you. Make the bulb available, and you can build whatever the hell you want into the fan. Don't make the bulb available, and you can suck my dick. In this case over here, if we're talking about the bulb and the sensor, perhaps we could just have the sensor somewhere else. I don't care if it costs you 19 cents more, buddy. I want the ability to replace my own fucking headlight with a headlamp of my choosing. If we are talking about the CAN bus in the vehicle, then that does beg the question. And to be clear, I'm about to be very, very ignorant here. I usually, when I do these videos, I'll actually reach out to people that work in that industry a little bit and probe them with a lot of questions. I haven't done that here. Big disclaimer. This is going to come off as very ignorant to engineers. Are you ready? Why the fuck is there a data line in my headlight?
What?
I want 2 connections to my headlight. I want 2. The fuck is there a data line in my headlight? Bruh, I want 2 connections to my headlight. I want 2 connections. Ground, power. Ground.
Why is there a data line? Okay, get it.
That's it. That's all I want going in the headlight. Nothing else.
Yeah, why is there a data line?
My car computer. What, to tell me when it's dead? I don't give a fuck. I can see when my fucking headlamp on my car is dead because I turn on the light and it doesn't light up on one side, which is how I know that I need to buy another one. And if I'm not able to see that the headlamp on my car is dead, that means that I am so blind that I should not be driving.
I guess it's for the computer.
That high, if I am that blind, if I am that drunk, that I cannot tell
To know the status of the headlight. It's not for the
into somebody before.
It's for the computer.
I don't like the fact that this is becoming normalized. I don't care. And again, I'm not against technological progress. I think technological progress is a great thing. But you need to give the tools to the people who own these vehicles, to the people who own these devices, to be able to do all of this. Not just make it available to the owner, make it available to repair shops, make it available to everyone. There are companies that will actually make these tools available, like what Apple does. However, they do it on very limited terms. I would have to join the Independent Repair Provider Program to be able to work on this as a repair shop, which means that I would not be allowed to do a lot of the repairs that I do, because in their documentation it says they're allowed to go to my shop, look through my shop, and they're allowed to audit me if I have things that I'm not supposed to have. Something tells me some of the chipsets that they tell Intersil Texas Instruments specifically to not sell to anybody else that I have there in large volumes are things that they would be aggravated at. Many of the LCD sells by themselves, and so on and so forth. If I were to use their self-service program, I don't have to sign an NDA or any of those agreements, but I have to get the customer's device and their serial number to order any individual part. I cannot stock the parts. Stocking parts is what made us competitive and a good option as a repair shop. I wanted to be a responsible repair shop owner back in the day. Being a responsible repair shop owner means not ordering a part when a customer asks me to do a repair. Being a responsible repair shop owner means that I am going to have all the parts in stock, so you can call me, you can come by 10 minutes later, and I can do the repair in 5 minutes. This is from archive.org. This is something that I've been discussing on my website for like 15 years. Granted, this is a very, very cheesy comic you see over here, but it says, yeah, the repair takes a week. Oh, we're all out of parts. 1 week later, he's opening the one part he got. Yeah, I have to reorder the part. You have to wait another week. And then when you come to Rossmann Group, you have the little sheep over here, and it says, come in. Sure, that takes 20 minutes. He has an entire box full of LG parts over here, and then he says, here you are, inside of 20 minutes. The way that manufacturers are doing this is if you want to get access to the calibration tools, you have to go through their system. And when you go through their system, rather than just give you access to the things in the way that makes sense, you can only do it one time when you're actually dealing with that particular repair, which is a royal pain in the ass. There are many ways within which manufacturers are going in this anti-consumer route while pretending to be consumer. I am not against the progress of technology. I think the progress of technology is a great thing. Put as much tech into everything you want. However, if you are going to put tech into things and limit my freedom as you do it, which was not done over the past 100 years before very recently, then I'm going to be against it. I don't want any technology in any of my shit. If you are going to take away my freedom with each new technological advancement and revolution, even if it's one that will benefit me, I would like to stop making the mistake of accepting those technological revolutions. I don't want to make the mistake of being okay with getting something that's a little bit more high-tech without taking into consideration the lack of freedom that comes as a result of it. If this is what you are going to do, then I want my headlamp to have positive ground. That's it. Am I going to be giving up some features or functionality? Maybe I am. I don't know. I'm not an automotive engineer. I don't give a fuck. And in the immortal words of this lovely parody video from 15 years ago, I don't care. I don't care. Maybe there is a good reason for this. Maybe I am truly fundamentally ignorant. I don't care. Do you?
I think I need to go chop off my own dick now. Yes. I think I will. I don't need my children growing up in a world populated by dipshits like you.
I need an iPhone 4.
Holy fuck. If you don't leave, I'm going to fucking go find one for you and shove it so far up your ass.
I want the one with the bigger GBs.
Oh god. I think I just had an aneurysm. I I'm dying. Are you happy? Your fucking stupidity has killed me. Now my goddamn cat is homeless. I'm no longer alive.
There may be actual genuine engineering reasons that make the car better as a result of them having keys for security in the headlamps. Maybe there are. And whatever those are, I am more than happy to give any of those up if it means there is an even 1% chance that you have any say in the headlamps that I put in my car. Maybe there are technological advancements that would make things better. I really don't care though. Do you? That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you on.
Okay, what's this? For real, SpaceX drops Starship Flight 5 plan update. Starliner still suck at ISS. It still suck. This is a great launch. Stormgate faces the reality of early access. Okay, going to click this and then choose don't recommend channel. Yeah. Not a big fan of Bellular. Unfortunately. The Mars Society. Yeah, okay. What? Henry Cavill? Is it Henry Cavill or Henry Cavill? Okay, let's go with Henry Cavill. Loses it with woke Disney after Deadpool. And Wolverine drama gets serious for Marvel. Ooh, okay. Mike Zero.
Example, like what he did with the Walt Disney Company, including CEO Bob Iger.
Let's listen to this. What is this about? Why is Henry Cavill losing?
Industry like Ryan Reynolds that is willing to take a stand against studio heads, for example, like what he did with the Walt Disney Company, including CEO Bob Iger, that in the beginning
They can't really do anything because Ryan Reynolds is the star.
those out there like Ryan Reynolds.
They can try if they tried replacing Ryan and
You have to do things our way, or we are actually
you.
this project, and that's
I don't think the Deadpool 3 movie will make $1 billion.
if you're new and like this
Dollars.
updates. You can also follow me at Mike01. I thank you also very much for the great and kind support. Now, there's been quite a series of drama-driven.
The Deadpool 3 movie made $1 billion because the fans went to the theaters to watch these two guys.
Has a lot to do with actor Henry Cavill as the Calvarian. Now, what's interesting about all this has a lot more to do.
Cavill, it's Cavill, not Cavill.
Very much frustrated with the overall Disney company and those out there like Bob Iger and the Disney board of directors. Let's get into it, shall we? Now, we know that Marvel Studios needed a big success for 2024. They were banking on Deadpool and Wolverine, and already those out there like Sean Levy and Ryan Reynolds, they're very unhappy about the fact that Bob Iger recently made an ultimate decision after the recent emergency meeting to use some of the actual revenue made for this movie to use it on other projects that will be driven by an ideology. So that's something that's very bothersome to Ryan. We'll talk more about that.
Of course he will do that. Obviously, my goodness. That is a no-brainer.
Fair when it comes to Henry as an actor. Now, after Deadpool and Wolverine crossed $1 billion at the box office worldwide, both Ryan Reynolds and Sean Levy
That is why I'm not yet ready to give the MCU a chance because I know this will happen. Deadpool 3 made money, obviously. Disney will use the profit from the success of Deadpool to produce more bad woke movies for the non-existing modern audience.
Variant of Wolverine played by Henry Cavill that he had filmed way back earlier this year that was originally going to provide, get this, Cavill 4 minutes of screen time in the movie instead of roughly 40 seconds. both Cavill and Reynolds are reportedly standing up against Disney after Bob Iger's old, of course, and unexpected decision to not include other deleted scenes featuring the Calvarian, one of which feature Henry Cavill actually fighting the Hugh Jackman version of Wolverine in a one-on-one battle that was going to explore the multiverse in a more in-depth scale within the first act of the film, the beginning of the movie essentially. This fight scene actually involved Henry Cavill riding around on a motorbike and performing a quick little stunt in between the fight against Jackman's Wolverine, and lasted roughly 2 whole minutes long in length and took 3 days of training to prepare for the scene and get everything rehearsed. Now, Jackman reportedly had the time of his life filming with Henry Cavill. The other scene that Bob Iger actually had the Disney executives and are now keeping under wraps from, never seeing the light of day, involved an extended fight scene between the Calvarian and Deadpool in the same location scene in the first act of the film that also lasted around 2 minutes long in length. The fight lasted to a point where Deadpool takes off his mask and reveals himself to Henry Cavill's Wolverine and begins to make comedic comments about his muscle size and his beard. Already Henry Cavill and Ryan Reynolds are battling Disney to reinstate these scenes on the Blu-ray edition, and is yet another example of Cavill's unfortunate track record of always getting tossed to the wayside in Hollywood and in the film industry, such as with what happened to him in the DC universe and the drama that came along with Netflix / The Witcher. Now guys, let me just stop here before I move on. Now, I don't know if you guys have any kind of a problem with Henry Cavill as Wolverine, but I think it was rather fitting. I think it was perfect. I think he's a great variant of Wolverine, and we know that Ryan and Sean have been desperately trying to find a way to expand his character in the overall Marvel Cinematic Universe as another variant of Wolverine, to get involved in another project out there somehow, some way. That's also very shaky right now. That's also very much, kind of unexpected. But what's interesting about this is that Bob Iger wants nothing to do with releasing these deleted scenes that feature Henry Cavill. Why? Well, Bob Iger, that's why. There's never really a logical reason behind his decisions. So, as far as I'm concerned, this would actually make them more money. This would actually boost sales to have people go out and buy the Blu-ray edition of the film, or to get a Disney Plus account and check out Deadpool and Wolverine on streaming. And it really makes no sense to me why they would want to discount themselves, why they would want to exclude great moments that were filmed and or partially filmed for this actual movie. And we'll talk more about that in just a second. Now, Henry Cavill, look, he always gets a series of unfortunate events, right? Like I said before, what happened with Man of Steel 2 and his future involvement in DC after James Gunn took over, that was also a major factor as well, but there were also a lot of other problems that came into play after, of course, or before, I should say, Henry Cavill got fired. And everything of the drama happening with Netflix / The Witcher. Now, here's where things get interesting, is that in addition to all of this, Cavill was also deeply frustrated with Disney after they never completed another short snippet where the Calvarian was going to show up originally for 45 seconds toward the tail end of the film. This was actually shot, however the scene was never edited during post-production since it was canceled midway through principal photography. The scene was labeled as a partially shot and unfinished scene where the Calvarian would help Deadpool and his newfound friends on the battlefield, including Elektra as well as Blade. So that would have been quite the scene, to have the Calvarian show up with Blade, played by Wesley Snipes, and Elektra by Jennifer Garner. Now, again, like I've said before, this is typical Disney behavior. They always like to do the best things sometimes. In this case, Deadpool and Wolverine, you have a moment where they have a major success, but then when they want to extend it, it really becomes very shaky, and it becomes more or less of a bait-and-switch scenario. So, like I've said before in the past, we know that Ryan and Sean are for the fans. Ryan is teaming up with Henry Cavill, battling the Disney heads. Henry Cavill's very frustrated over this behind closed doors. That's why there's been a lot of back and forth between these two actors and the Disney studio heads in recent days. And I think at the end of the day, when you have a major success like Deadpool and Wolverine, when Henry Cavill shows up, on that motorbike, turning around and saying, "You were just leaving," and uses his claws to just kind of thrust Deadpool through the concrete, It was an excellent scene. It was an excellent moment. It is something that rattled the entire theater with cheers of joy. That's what they need, and that's what they need to actually include on the Blu-ray edition. Period. The end. So, we know that Henry Cavill, I don't know if you guys knew this, got very sick with all the cigars that he smoked on the set, doing multiple takes, doing different variants of the scene, and there was a lot of takes that actually took place to get this thing completed. But overall, guys, I would like to hear what you all have to say about this below in the comments, and if you guys did enjoy the content for today, make sure to drop a thumbs up.
Brie Larson, major freak out with Ryan Reynolds. What? Okay, this is another Mike Zero video.
Alrighty everyone, welcome back. It is now August 13th of 2024, and already Deadpool and Wolverine has crossed $1 billion at the box office worldwide, and rising, by the way. And this is all because of those out there like Ryan Reynolds, Sean Levy, the director of this film, writers Rhett Reese and Paul Wernick. All four of them, by the way, took a stand against the Disney executives, against those like Bob Iger, the CEO, to say it's our way or the highway. We are making this movie based on how we want to actually present it to the fans and to the general public to create pure entertainment. And that's exactly why this movie is just that, pure entertainment. There is really no ideology connected to this thing or any kind of serious Disney agenda attached to it all. And that's exactly why people are able to really have an urge to see this thing 2, 3, 4, heck even 5 times. I've had a lot of people talking about that's how many times they've seen it. Now, what's interesting about this is that there's also been a lot of drama happening behind the scenes between Marvel Studios and the Walt Disney Company involving Ryan Reynolds and Brie Larson. This is Mike Zero. Subscribe if you're new and like this video to see future updates. You can also follow me at Mike01. I thank you also very much for the great and kind support. So, one interesting thing that's been going on between Ryan and Brie Larson has a lot to do with the fact of the removal of Captain Marvel. There's a lot more updates involving this ongoing drama happening, of course, between Larson and Reynolds, and it continues. Now, interestingly enough, we know that this movie had a lot of alterations and revisions that were applied to the film over the course of 5 to 6 months. We know that right around that May to April, I would say right around between April and May, as you were crossing into the month of early May, I would say, is when the reshoots really began to kind of stagnate and kind of really begin to level out. But what's interesting about this has a lot more to do with Brie Larson. Now, with both Ryan Reynolds and Sean Levy already celebrating the success over Deadpool and Wolverine as it crossed $1 billion at the box office worldwide and climbing, one major development now has more to do with actress Brie Larson and the ongoing drama behind the scenes between herself and Ryan Reynolds. One crucial update to this scenario now involves how Larson, as it turns out, had 4 scenes in total that were filmed for Deadpool and Wolverine that got axed behind the scenes. That was decided by Ryan Reynolds and took much convincing to the Walt Disney Company studio heads. Already, Larson is in the working stages of making some form of a legal case, since she claims that her cameos and scenes were part of her contract.
Wait. Why is Brie Larson complaining? Didn't she say that she doesn't want men watching his movie? This Deadpool and Wolverine is a movie for men. She should be happy. She should be happy that her scenes were removed from the movie. Because if her scenes stayed in the movie, then men will see it. And she obviously doesn't want men to watch her. So it's a good thing. So why is she complaining? I don't understand her complaint. I still remember that. I still remember when she said that, her movie is not for men. It's not for a man. So Here we have a movie made for men or the male audience, and she's complaining that her scenes were removed. She should be happy. Ryan Reynolds, what do you call this? Gave her a favor, something like that.
Just recently, more drama sparked, however, between Larson after Reynolds, of course, not only decided to exclude all the deleted scenes of Brie as Captain Marvel from the upcoming Blu-ray edition of the film.
Also,
how a
also, I'm pretty sure those who watch Deadpool and Wolverine, they wouldn't want to see Captain Marvel in it.
planned BTS reel for Deadpool and Wolverine that featured tons of behind-the-scenes footage of Brie Larson as Captain Marvel is now also going to be removed as well from the planned digital and disc release of Deadpool and Wolverine. Something that Larson was also part of her contract, that she claims that all BTS footage was to be included in the digital release of Deadpool and Wolverine. It turns out there were many other scenes that Brie Larson had shot that were described as incomplete and never made it to post-production. One scene specifically that was included in the BTS reel of Deadpool and Wolverine that will now no longer be, of course, involved or no longer appearing actually included Captain Marvel dancing and singing, and was going to be an alternate version of the scene that was actually a part of the movie The Marvels. The scene was partially filmed, however, and even was going to feature Ms. Marvel at some point. However, that scene never reached that stage. The other partially shot sequence that was also described as a scene that was improvised and pushed to be made by the Walt Disney Company, including Captain Marvel fighting both Deadpool and Wolverine in a 2-on-1 battle, essentially. Already, Brie Larson had multiple outbursts with Ryan Reynolds at both Marvel Studios and the Walt Disney Company. It was so severe that the drama rattled throughout both studios. Larson reportedly puts full blame on Ryan Reynolds for shifting away from Disney's DEI agenda and their ideology, and how it's not fit for the Marvel Universe at all. And these arguments between the two recently sparked, which caused the grudge between the two actors. Now, guys, before I move on, let me just say one thing about this. Now, the fact that Ryan really went all out to make sure that no content...
Again, that is why, even though Deadpool, I enjoyed watching Deadpool 3,
it's a big move on his part. The fact that he really took a stand against...
I'm still not giving the MCU a chance. This is a one-time thing.
It's a big deal. That means he has some form of influence on top of Disney based...
Now, if they can produce a series of really good movie that doesn't have any dye in it,
for specific scenes in the movie,
then maybe.
Writers Rhett Reese and Paul Wernick that they did not want to write or do or improvise, whatever have you. And that was another problem for this movie, right around that April to May range, right around the reshoots that were very quick, by the way. It only lasted like 3 to 4 weeks and then it wrapped immediately. But what's interesting about this has more to do with the fact that the BTS reel was actually going to feature tons of footage, extra footage of Captain Marvel, She-Hulk, and other surprise cameos that were supposed to make it into the movie that never made it to the final cut. So the BTS reel that we will be getting on disc most likely is going to be vastly shorter than what was originally planned. We'll have to wait and see. But what's interesting about this even further, on top of everything here, is that Larson is already turning her head to Bob Iger and the Disney executives for listening to Ryan Reynolds, convincing them to not only deleting her scenes from the Blu-ray, but also the massive behind-the-scenes reel that was also going to heavily feature Larson and Tatiana Maslany, of many other scenes that were improvised and done off the cuff, essentially, from Rhett Reese and Paul Wernick, that were forced to make those actual sequences with Ryan by the Disney heads at the time. So, I've said this before in the past, and I'll say it again, but there are way too many examples that Disney really tries to take advantage of their ideology and shoving it into Marvel brands out there. I mean, we saw this happen with the Marvels, we've seen this happen with other products out there, and they were trying to make it happen with Deadpool and Wolverine. You guys may recall what we talked about months ago about how Disney wanted to throw in their ideology, their DEI agenda, when reshoots began back in April of this year that lasted until the very end of May into very early June. And at that time, you know, that's when Ryan and the rest of his team, like Ryan, of course, had teamed up with
So I just teleported to a new location, new Lindo location in Second Life.
that DEI nonsense. And they successfully did it. Pretty much 99.9% of all of their agenda-driven garbage was excluded from the movie. So again, like I've said before, there's been a lot of back and forth when it comes to the current state of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the current state of the MCU. There's been a lot of reactions based on Robert Downey Jr.'s return as Doctor Doom. I know a lot of people have differing opinions on that. Some would say it's very desperate. I would say the same. That's how I feel, by the way, guys. That's just my opinion. You can have yours, you know.
Yep, it's a desperate move. But even if RDJ comes back, but the movies are still, you know,
The MCU.
bad.
I would like to hear what everyone has to say about Brie Larson and the ongoing fiasco.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if RDJ comes back.
Captain Marvel was just completely axed from this movie, and if you guys did enjoy the content for today,
Even if RDJ comes back as Iron Man. The wokest game of 2024. Okay, so this is from Cabrutus. Dustborn. Why is it the wokest game? Let's see. Let's find out.
What's up, guys? I'm Cabrutus. Today I bring to you guys what I think is probably the most woke game that we're gonna see in this year. It's very hard to beat this one in terms of wokeness bullshit.
The wokest game.
Dustborn. Now, I've been following this game since last year.
Why are you following it? Are you some kind of stalker?
It's so clear, it's so obvious to see the DI influencing it, you know? And you guys may ask, so why didn't you add this game in the list before? Timing is key, my friend, because this game is going to release exactly 1 week from the time I'm recording this video for you. And I try to approach the subjects in the best time I can. Also, since the game is going to release 1 week from now, I think it was very appropriate to talk about it. Yeah, it's already in the DI Detected website, and here I highlight some of the reasons. I mean, if there are any need of more reasons, because just look at this. Just look at these characters, bro. Look at this. A fat girl with vitiligo. Is that the name of this disease? No, I don't know if it's a disease. Sorry. Is it a disease?
Okay, so unpopular opinion. It doesn't really matter what the character looks like. At the end of the day, the question is the game good to play? Is it fun? Is the gameplay fun? Is it amazing? Is it enjoyable? The problem with woke games is mostly they're not. Or not mostly, but most of the time they're not fun to play.
condition, I'm not sure, but yeah, it's those skin problems, skin condition. I don't know the politically correct term of this bullshit. Still, so we have this guy, and he is gender neutral. Yeah, he's a they then, of course he is. This feminist-looking black female lead, because of course, bro, it has to be a female, a black woman, black feminist woman, you know, with tons of tattoos, because of course, this guy who, you know, he likes doing, of course he cannot have a manly hobby, you know, he just got the name in English for this. Yes, and we have a robot who has pronouns. Yeah, the robot has pronouns. Damn, that she really looks like Kimberly from Sweet Baby Inc., doesn't she? You have white people, white.
Okay, so this is funny. The robot has pronouns. They are now assigning pronouns to objects. Yeah, it's a robot, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's like silverware. It's like your chair. It's like assigning pronouns to your chair.
Pronouns.
But again, it may have pronouns, but if the game is good, the gameplay loop is good, it's enjoyable, it's fun to play, it wouldn't really matter. But, big but, as I've said earlier, most of the time, woke games are not good, they're not fun. They're basically they're basically created to to deliver the message. And what is that message? The message is Jesus loves you. That is the message.
That she really looks like Kimberly from Sweet Baby Inc., doesn't she? You have white people, white straight males in game, of course, the villains, yeah, they even have a clone of JF Kennedy, bro. I mean, I don't know why.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. It's JFK. Look at that. Look at that. It's JFK. They basically took this picture and digitized it. And then used filters in Photoshop. Or maybe they used AI. Look at that. My goodness.
I mean, this guy really looks like him. He's part of the Puritans, the biggest villains in the game, you know, like it's basically the Christians, from what I've seen. I don't want to play this. I won't play this to get more a deep analysis of this, but it's the Puritans. They are called the Puritans. Well, man, I mean, and the worst part of all, in my opinion, the worst part of all is this. The game has been funded by, I mean, I don't know if it was completely funded or just partly funded by tax money. You can see that this is taken straight from the Dustborn website. No, it was funded by Creative European Media of the European Union, Norwegian Film Institute, you know, so all public institutions that uses tax money. They use the tax money for this bullshit. And we can see, if we click here, the article, it takes you to this interview. It was back in 2020, so way before it was way before. I think it was during the start of the pandemic. So that's probably why the game took so long to finally get released. And you know, I mean, according to VG27, is that the name of VG20? Yeah, 24/7. According to them, biggest motivation for the guys at Red Thread to start developing this mod was Trump election. Because well, if you take let's just read this. 2016 was the year when it all went wrong. Draw your conclusions as to why. But the global political direction starting that year left Ragnar Tornquist, that's the name of the guy behind Red Thread, and of course he's not a black guy or a person of color, of course he's not. And his team at Norwegian Game Studio feeling disenchanted. Well,
Okay, so it's basically, you know, the common thing, the white people getting offended by proxy.
with this game, we're not stepping back and saying you figure it out. We're actually saying no, ageism is bad. But we are also going to let your characters argue about it. Yes, that's what I call force down the throat your point of view. That's what those kind of people do, right? They want to force down players through. They don't want people. They don't want the players, the consumers to get their own conclusions. They just want to force down your throat and say what is right, and they hope that you side with them. Because if you do not, you are a atheist. You know what I mean? Well, I think that all of this that I have just showed you guys, oh dude, where is my, oh yeah, there it is. I think that all of this that I have just showed you guys is more than enough reason to add the game to the list. Okay, so let's do it. Dude, I love doing this. I love this. This is my favorite part by far. By the way, we just crossed it to 423,000 members. Thank you guys. Thank you all for the amazing support. So let's create a new review. And let me pick the articles link to put in here. Yeah, so the Spawn DEI game not recommended. And yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, post review. Let's over to the game's start page, and there you go. DEI game not recommended. Read a few review here, and then if you guys click, you will now move to the DEI detected website. I'm curious to see what people have been. Let's just take a quick look at the discussions. Place your bets, top concurrent players. That's gonna be interesting. Love the game as well. It's just Norwegian. I don't know. And resolution. Look for the wokers of the woke. Barbara woke garbage. There's no government fund for this. Yeah, man. Yeah. What's that power? DI the game? Yes. Is this game free? This game looks embarrassing. So here you have diversity. That's I love to see the gamers, you know, having the power to to vocalize their opinions, you know, directly to the developers. And this is part of the reason I love Steam, bro. I love this discussion tab, and I know we all know that the developers they look at this. Yeah, another day, another game to the list. So please consider making your donation on the today. The link is in the description over Buy Me a Coffee, or if you want, you can make your donation through the DI Detector website itself. No, we have a donation page over there. Please consider making your donation today and helping my work keep going. Okay, so yeah, that's all I had for you guys today. Ciao.
So this charity thing happened yesterday.
All the money goes to the Open Hand Foundation.
Okay, this is old. That was like 8 months ago. A lot of content creators in YouTube are getting exposed for doing shady things and even doing disgusting things. Wukong video gets immense backlash. Huge YouTube backlash over Black Myth Wukong. Why? Hero High.
GameSpot recently released a
Tell me why.
over on their YouTube channel with over 5 million subscribers. The video itself seems like it could be a fine video going over the YouTube channel with over 5 million subscribers. The video itself seems like it could be a fine video going over the gameplay. However, GameSpot is currently getting an abundance of backlash for a portion of their video where they mention accusations against the devs that many people have refuted as being fake, saying that they come from an IGN article that relied on false translations to facilitate these claims against the Chinese developers. GameSpot doesn't directly cite the IGN article. However, they do cite an article from The Guardian, which does source the IGN article. In this video, we'll take a look at the entire situation, and as always, form your own opinion on this stuff. Before we begin this deep dive, a brief message from an amazing sponsor. Kick back, fight, and level up. Enjoy the epic and relaxing, yet also exciting, new idle RPG, Revenger Saga. Reborn as a mere human, you'll seek to become unstoppable, and then unleash your vengeance on the deities that betrayed you. In your quest for revenge, you can obtain unlimited power through a variety of means, defeating bosses, slaying monsters, and defending the tower. You'll find the best strategy to defeating all your enemies by switching between over 50 skills and classes, such as the warrior, magician, gunner, crusader, and more. Further customize your character.
Don't tell me that is Black Myth Wukong.
Honor knights and even spooky monsters. There are
It's an ad.
costumes that you can get all for free.
Don't tell me the ad is longer than the rest of the video.
Enter Surfing77 to claim your reward.
Revenger Saga.
Log in now and receive 1 million free crystals and 2,000 summons.
Is this an idle game? Yeah, it's an idle game.
So to start your journey, check out the link in the pinned comment or the description of this video. We left off talking about the backlash that GameSpot is getting on their Black Myth Wukong video. At the time of recording, the video has 943 likes versus 4,465 dislikes, according to JotRec.net. So let's take a look at the part of their video that's getting them this negative reception.
It should be noted that allegations against Game Science have surfaced over the years via reports of the developer fostering a sexist culture and work environment, with numerous women in the Chinese gaming community highlighting these problems within the studio, as well as backlash following crude and controversial social media posts by Game Science co-founder Ji Feng. As of this recording, Game Science has repeatedly refused to comment on the allegations, although it has removed some of the offensive wording in its marketing materials that has contributed to the misogynistic culture. Further details on these allegations can be found at a link in the description.
So GameSpot sources that article from The Guardian, and I presume they're referring to this particular section right here, which reads, I am unfortunately met with very little honest communication when I bring up a report from IGN, which related alleged sexist comments from multiple developers at Game Science, as well as those in leadership roles. I present Ted with the opportunity to address the claims of misogynistic posts, and whether he feels that they represent Game Science's values. Instead, I am shut down with a hasty, no comment from their UK PR representative, and then after a long wait given a longer statement of no comment via Ted's translator. I am then told that Game Science's US PR agency will follow up later with their prepared statement, only to be sent the following. Game Science is focused on the demo at this time, and will only answer questions related to gameplay. The same thing happened to an IGN reporter at a demo in LA last month. It is disappointing that Game Science is opting to invite journalists to speak to them and play the game, but refusing to answer their questions. Perhaps there is no reassurance to offer. A generous reading of the situation would be that this inexperienced studio is petrified of saying the wrong thing. Yet in failing to say anything at all, Game Science is also failing to distance itself and its game from the multiple crude, disparaging and misogynistic comments attributed to its employees and leadership. Once again, however, it's difficult to know how valid the claims made against Game Science by IGN really are, given that they rely on translations, which objectively don't seem to be very good. There's also other issues which we can view from a rather impartial comment that analyzes the situation, where this user points out the massive cultural gaps between China and the US, and how some of the comments that IGN alleges are misogynistic are actually just crude Chinese idioms, which at worst may be viewed as unprofessional. And furthermore, these crude remarks made by one of Game Science's co-founders on Weibo don't actually specify the gender of the person performing them. That meaning that IGN is actually assuming the individual's orientation in saying that they're misogynistic. Other claims against the company seem to come from anonymous posts on Chinese social media platform Weibo and an employee who was terminated from the company, but none of them seem to include evidence to back up the claims, which makes it very difficult to know where the truth lies. Going back to GameSpot's recent video on Black Myth Wukong, it seems like they would have been better off just focusing on the gameplay and not mentioning the article by The Guardian. As for Black Myth Wukong itself, it seems like certain gaming outlets' negative press isn't really affecting the game in a meaningful way, and if anything, may have actually facilitated more interest interest in the game. We can see that a benchmarking tool for Wukong, available on Steam, is already achieving over 85,000 players, with an 88% positive rating. And on the recent PlayStation trailer, the comments are filled with thousands of people who are excited for the upcoming release. That seems to be the situation. Once again, form your own opinion on all of this, and let me know what you think about it all in the comments. If you enjoyed my coverage, also consider liking and subscribing. Appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.
Right, let's not mince words here, gentlemen, because this movie deserves none whatsoever. Borderlands is 102 minutes of complete, unmitigated dog feast.
This was posted 4 hours ago. Another Borderlands. Another video about this amazing movie.
Excuse for a plot revolving around
Borderlands.
dimensional nobodies who barely even qualify as characters, played by some of the most laughably miscast actors in cinema, and relentlessly hammered home with appallingly bad CGI and forced, dated, cringe-inducing humor that's about as funny as a terminal cancer diagnosis. In short, it's an absolutely terrible film that shames the very concept of video game adaptations, somehow managing to feel rushed and oversimplified, but also sluggish and dull at the same time. A movie that barely lasted an hour and a half, but honestly felt like it would never end. A movie that I've got the dubious honor of reviewing right here. So abandon all hope, ye who enter here, because we're about to venture into the living nightmare that is Borderlands. Okay, so whatever passes for a plot centers around bounty hunter Lilith, played by a bored and embarrassed-looking Cate Blanchett, who acts like she signed up for a completely different movie, but we'll talk more about that later. Believe that! Anyway, after acting like a generic Hollywood tough girl for a while to prove how hard she is, Lilith is contacted by a powerful business tycoon named Atlas. Atlas wants her to travel to the planet...
Okay, so basically, Drinker is retelling the entire movie.
She's on the trail, where she runs immediately into a robot named Claptrap, voiced by Jack Black, who is, without a doubt, the most annoying fucking creation to come out of Hollywood since some asshole convinced Aquafina that she could sing.
Remember the swamp? Remember my song in the swamp when I was like, wham, chicka, wham, wham,
I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of the video game version of Claptrap either, but at least he wasn't too intrusive and even got a few decent one-liners from time to time. This version is like someone locked Jack Black in a sound booth with no script and no prep time and just yelled, "Be funny!" And it went about as well as you might expect. Anyway, wouldn't you know it, Claptrap happens to know exactly where Tina's being held, and after travelling there to rescue her, Lilith discovers that her captors are actually trying to keep her safe from Atlas. See, it turns out that Tina is a cloned recreation of an ancient alien race called the Iridians that once dominated the galaxy, and who left the secrets of their advanced technology behind in a giant vault beneath the surface of Pandora. Only a true Iridian can actually open the vault, which is why Tina was created by Atlas, so that he could steal all the technology inside. That's right, Tina is quite literally the girl who's the key to everything.
Fuck.
So anyway, they go on a couple of fetch quests to find some keys because there's literally no other way to move plots like this along, and they eventually find the vault, but oh no, Atlas shows up to crash the party. Who could possibly have predicted this? Then Lilith turns into a fire demon angel thing and kills all the bad guys because it turns out that she was actually the girl who's the key to everything all along.
No way!
And then she takes Atlas into the vault and leaves him there to get eaten by a monster.
Way.
That's whatever passes for a plot for Borderlands. You know, thinking about what to criticize in this movie makes me feel like Boogie at an all-you-can-eat restaurant. There's just so many options that I don't know where to begin. Makes me feel like Boogie at an all-you-can-eat restaurant.
Look at that. This was like mentioned in another video. There was a guy that helped them open the hatch, but it wasn't removed in post-production. That is definitely part of the crew.
There's just
not the crew, the Borderlands crew, but the movie production crew.
So many options that I don't know where to begin. I mean, on a purely aesthetic level, this movie sucks in ways that actually made my eyes hurt. The CGI is complete monkey shit, the kind of thing you'd expect from an early 2000s made-for-TV sci-fi movie, with very obvious green screens and completely laughable animation, combined with cheap, fake-looking sets that look like they were thrown together a couple of minutes before shooting began, and costumes that your average cosplayer would be embarrassed to put on, and you've got all the makings of a visually depressing movie. How the fuck did this thing cost $120 million? You could literally have made Godzilla.
The budget, half of the budget went to the actors.
The story, like I said earlier, feels like a paper-thin excuse for the next action scene. It's basically just a series of fetch quests leading to the end goal. Find the girl, then find 2 keys, then combine them all together to open the vault and fight off some generic bad guys along the way. That's basically all there is to it. Also, I get the distinct impression that there was originally a much longer cut of this movie that got butchered in the editing room, which is why there's weird, out-of-place narration from Lilith to help plug the very obvious gaps. The film relies heavily on action to keep the audience engaged, but even that doesn't generate much interest because most of the set pieces go on way too long and the complete lack of blood, violence and consequences kills any sense of stakes. From what I understand, the original plan was to make this movie R-rated, which would have been much more in keeping with the spirit of the games. As it stands, the action scenes become just another tiresome thing that you have to slog through. The characters are either annoying or boring as fuck, or both. I get the feeling that they were trying for a Guardians of the Galaxy style team-up movie, but the difference is that the Guardians were all interesting, well-written, fleshed-out characters whose personal history and motivations actually had an impact on the plot. Their banter was witty and fun, and they all sparked well off each other. Most of the gang in Borderlands get almost no backstory or development, especially guys like Roland and Krieg, who are just kind of there. Tannis adds nothing to the story and could easily have been left out, and as for Tina, she's such a simplistic caricature with no actual human emotion that it's tough to feel much of anything for her. She doesn't seem to care too much about anything that's going on around her, and as a result, neither did I. Lilith, on the other hand, falls neatly into the category of tedious, tough-talking, overpowered girl boss, a trope so thoroughly played out by now that it makes the whole movie feel weirdly dated, like it should have come out 5 years ago when this stuff was at its peak. And to make matters worse, she's played by a horribly miscast Cate Blanchett. Don't get me wrong, Kate's definitely a good actress, but playing a tough-talking, hard-as-nails bounty hunter just really isn't her thing. And at 55 years old, she looks tired, bored, and kind of embarrassed to be there, and I can't say I blame her. A character like Lilith really feels like she should have been played by a much younger and more energetic actress who can inject some much-needed fun and enthusiasm into the part. Blanchett just sucks all the life out of her scenes. Ultimately, I think this film's disastrous opening weekend speaks for itself. Nobody was excited to see it, the cast didn't seem to want to be in it, and at least as it was...
Honestly, I didn't even know
pretty obvious the studio had no faith in
there
it.
was a movie about the Borderlands game until it was like
I don't know, and quite frankly, I don't fucking care. My only advice to you is don't waste your money on it.
released, I guess, in theaters.
That's all I've got for today. Go away now!
Okay. Anyway, guys, going to end the stream here because I'm heading to bed. So my character is here, as you can see. Look at this avatar here. That is a giant. My avatar is there, and then next to my avatar is a giant. So here's the Lindo. I'm growing a flower on screen. But I'm going to end that as well. Anyway, guys, follow the channel, like the stream. Thank you for watching, and see you guys later. Hope you guys have a good day. Bye-bye.